Okay. Hello, please. Start collaborating from Stream Manager. What is this? Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Okay, let's update the stream title. What am I doing today? I'm doing more, like, ability stuff. I'm feeling particularly cozy tonight, though. So, maybe a little something about cozy vibes, coziness. Or should I say something about, working on like gameplay ability system or auto attacks or abilities or something like that. I don't know, because I don't know exactly. I kind of forgot what I was doing. I finished something this morning. How do you spell coziness? I guess it's with an I. We're going Coziness Incarnate. That's what we're doing today. Cozy vibes. Okay. Where was I? What was I doing? I think I have, yeah, I have one-handed I need to fix that in. Let me put that one back. Let's fix that one. Where's my equipment at? Equipment. Equipping. And I could probably get rid of, some of this stuff. Yeah, I should probably do a little bit of cleanup, maybe. Oh, I should do like the animation blending. That's what I should do. What is this? What is null here? Oh, yeah, there's no notify in there. Okay, yeah. That's a good error. That's a good error. Thank you, AI. Thank you. I do need to I need to make sure I add those notifies in there for each new animation I do. I went down from 2 to 1 though. So I used to have like an active and inactive for whenever the collision of the swing was active. And now I only have deal damage for when I want it to like deal damage, because I'm no longer doing any sort of collision. Although I do have one at the end too. Do I still need that? I guess when I get into the animation blending, I'll take a look at that stuff and see if we need it. Good lord, why is this taking so damn long? Okay, let's just make sure this doesn't crash anymore. Okay, it does not. Probably it's not going to deal damage either. Gonna keep trying. Okay, well, let's open up that animation. I suppose on the wood axe ones we still... Hang on, undo... We may still need those for the, because we're doing collision handling on the trees. It's a tree. There we go. Let's make sure that works real quick. It could be a little sooner, actually. Am I crazy? But I think I might have moved it later. That feels better. I'm thinking even a little sooner. Weapon reset. What is null here? Ooh, interesting. And so this is for what weapon? If I change during auto attack. Now the wood axe. Because I called it on, yeah. Yeah. What do I do? Handle unequipped. Owner equals null pointer. Maybe I still want that in there. Let's not set owner to null. Although I should, let's stop that for a second, because I do, on unequip, I should cancel any ability. Let me look. Where is my stop main hand attack? Try stop main hand attack? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm a little sleepy boy today. Yeah, we should stop the main hand attack when we unequip the weapon. And I was also thinking I need some sort of delay if you change weapons during combat on the swing timer, so people don't, you know, they don't finesse the system there and you know, keep swapping out abilities for like extra swings and whatnot. So I need to add that as well. Where the hell was I? Yeah, I was in here, so we want to go owner ability system, remove abilities, secondary action class. Why was I doing secondary action in there? I don't do anything with the secondary action yet. Maybe I should just remove those so I don't get confused. Now the second I do that, I'm gonna need them again. And my engine isn't open, okay. I'll leave it there. And then stop attack is on the weapon as well. Where do I call stop attack from? Am I using this? This is what I get for not cleaning up my code. Yeah, I just got a bunch of shit that I'm not using. Moxie, stop it please. Moxie, come here. Okay, she's just gonna be rowdy tonight. We're gonna shut the door. There we go. That'll solve that problem. Easy peasy. That's what we call good parenting. Yeah, I wanted to stop attack on unequip. I can cancel ability with that primary action. But, yeah, I should no longer be using either of those for the attack, because I just switched to a generic ability that I pass a weapon to. Yeah, and then I just send the game. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna have to call the owner of the weapon. Is owner already my project character? It is. Okay, so try stop main hand attack. We're just gonna have to do that there. Does this return a bool? It does. So let's return that. Or no, this is in stop attack, which we're not using. We want to do it in unequipped. There we go. Try stop main hand attack. Server stop attack. Implementation. Multicast. Blah, 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 blah. Cancel abilities. Do I need like a force cancel function? Or do I want like whatever swing the player was in the middle of? Do I want that to be stopped immediately or not? Because I think cancel, if I end the ability, I just remove it from the queue. I don't actually cancel the animation or anything. So it would still go through if I like just unequipped a weapon. Is that fine for now? Now I do have this cancel. I'm not using that. No. Okay, so cancel ability. And remove from queue current ability end anim, which is not that one. This one. Ability end. We clear the timer. Maybe the cancel is the one that we should. I also end current anim, which would send the payload. Yes, yeah. So I think we can just cancel ability. Because, like, when I toggle off auto attack, I would still want the swing to go through. I just want to, like, remove it from queue. I'm trying to say remove. But when I, like, unequip a weapon, that's like a force stop. I want to like forcibly end the ability. I would want to end both of them, actually. Cancel abilities. So that's really all I have to call back into the ability unless I save like a handle on the ability. So how would I distinguish between like a force stop and a just stop at your next convenient opportunity? Inactivate abilities, get all abilities. Can I pass something to that? No. No, I cannot. Find all abilities with tags. I could do something like that. Out ability handles. Can I copy that? No? Oh, I'm so sad. Writer, will you create that for me? That would be nice. Nice. Okay, so now I have a way to distinguish. I would just need to iterate through those and then cancel. But I want to distinguish between just like force end. Do I even go through the ability at that point? Suppose I wouldn't necessarily need to. I could just go through my ability anim queue and just like remove these. This ability handle does not have the information on it that I thought it would have. I could override this function. Let me see here. It's not overrideable, never mind. Never mind. Get activatable gameplay ability specs by all matching tags. Jesus, that's a mouthful. Does ability satisfy tag requirement? This one actually has specs and not handles, so maybe I can actually do something with that. Okay, let's try that again. I know, dude. There's so many things in the engine that, you know, I just want to override, and I can't. It's like, oh man. Own expansions of Convex Decomposition 3 for a couple weeks because of private shit. Yeah, I feel you there. I had to extend the procedural mesh component and override. I found one function that like overrode yeah, this like to the create scene proxy was what I found that would allow me to put my own. It's essentially the representation of the procedural mesh on the render thread, and I just needed to add this one fucking function so that I could get it to use render targets, or not render targets, runtime virtual textures. But I had to like, I ended up having to copy the entire thing because, you know, it's all fucking private. So I feel you there. F gameplay ability spec. No handle this time. And then you need nothing else. So passing pointers? Yeah. Okay, what do I have here now? Okay, I do have a reference now to the ability. Okay, so now I guess I could have just a Boolean on this stop main hand attack function to indicate whether it should be like forcibly stopped or just like stopped at the next convenient time. Yeah, I should probably have that. I'm gonna have to change it in so many functions though. Did I get everything? And then I have to like pass it in here. Maybe I shouldn't default. I don't think I want to default that. You know what I miss? I miss named parameters. That's what I miss. We're not gonna force there. Try stop main hand attack. I feel like try stop main hand attack indicates that it's not gonna try and force it. Now for jump, I guess if an attack is active, I can't jump. I don't know how I feel about that. Now, when you ragdoll, that should force stop. That should force stop that swing. Start rolling, that should be false as well. Okay. Okie dokie then. Be nice if I could cancel abilities with a payload. Pass in some additional information, but alas, this is what we will have to do. So I have cancel ability. But I suppose maybe on my gameplay ability base I can add a function. So I have end for whether or not it should cancel. And maybe I should have a force end as well. That can be overridden. Now should force end hit the cancel function is the question. I mean, I kind of feel like force end means it's canceled, right? Okay, now let's override this here. Hello? Oh, right, I didn't mark it as a virtual. Ugh. C++ is so verbose. Yeah, we will force end, and then if animq, did I create a function in here already? Cancel ability, which is a bit of a misnomer. So let's rename that now. Yes, 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 yes. Force end ability, current ability, end ability, anim. Cancelled is true. Even though I kind of already canceled it by that point, but that's okay. It can get canceled twice, I suppose. No harm there. End current anim, where I do nothing with that bool. Okay, so does force... Yeah, if it is the current ability, we don't need to remove it from the queue. But if we're removing it from the queue, we don't need to force end it. So I think that should be okay. So now I have that. Okay. Ability system component. Yeah, so I need to do a branch here for if force stop. Ability spec, ability, force. Wait, is that not public? No, it's not. No, it's not. I feel like both of those should be. Wait, no, it is public. Oh, I need to cast it. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, we have forcibly ended the ability. Now, it's actually, now we just end. Because when we end, oh no, I need to, oh no, it should hit cancel because I passed cancel as true, so it should get here. Why did it change there? I didn't want that to change. Ryder, why did you think that I know I clicked yes on that, but like, you shouldn't have offered me that. You should have known I'm always going to hit yes on whatever you tell me. I feel like it's taking advantage of me. Okay. Build. So I already did the kind of soft cancel. I think I did that this morning. Is that this morning? But you can, like, you know, you can start the auto attack and stop the auto attack. And so I did the soft cancel. Right, this is what I was originally trying to do. So yeah, if we unequip a weapon, just cancel it, hard cancel there. But if I just stop an auto attack, I do like a soft cancel. where it still plays whatever in progress animation is happening, and that still deals damage. Okay. Okay, I stopped the auto attack, but it still swung. Okay, I stopped it. Okay. Okay, alright, wow. Okay, that didn't toggle off the auto attack, though. And I guess I wouldn't want that to happen. Dude, why does my W key stop working? This is crazy. I swear it only happens, and it's not working in my browser either, so it's not just Unreal Engine, but I swear, like, it'll work fine all day. I get into Unreal Engine, and then my W key. I can't walk forward right now. Like, what the hell is this? Press it down really fucking hard, and there... Oh, it went for second. And now it's working again. And now it's stopped. It's kind of a weird... Anyways. Okay. Auto attacking. Change weapons. Okay, there was a... There we go. There we go. Lifts the keycap. Yeah, I was trying to do that earlier, but except I just fumbled around and was like pressing all sorts of buttons. The W key is kind of a hard keycap to get off. Oh god, the amount of hair under here. Oh. I'm glad you can't see this, it's horrible. Oh god, it's a horror show over here. Yeah, y'all aren't getting a keyboard camera anytime soon. Uh-oh. Alright, a little fat-fingered heel. Oh, you know what would be good for this? Oh, I have a tool for this. I have a tool for this. Hang on, bear with me. Where is my kiss? There it is. There it is. Okay. I have a tool that's going to be perfect for getting the crud out of my keyboard. Look at this guy. Look at this little guy. See that? Perfect. Usually for picking up tiny screws out of cracks and crevices in PCs. Oh my god. I kind of want to show you guys how bad this looks, but I don't at the same time. Oh, it's so nasty. I should have probably cleaned this a long time ago. I gotta take off the E key now too. Jesus. God, why do I have so much hair? Okay, grab that right there. If this doesn't fix it, I'm gonna cry. This is kind of traumatizing. God, I gotta take Q off now too. Dude, I got like so many keys everywhere. I feel like I'm doing like a game of operation here. Yeah, I might have to fucking do a deep clean of this bad boy at some later point. Or I need to take this out to the garage and just shake it off. Uh-oh. Okay. If I now... Let me just press the... Okay, see, I'm pressing it without the keycap on it, and it's still not going. That indicates a bigger issue, right? Uh-oh. Here we go. Yeah, I have the Corsair K90 or K95 or something like that. I mean, it seems to be working more reliably now, but again, I sort of got, like, this works like most of the day. W key work. Oh, there we go. Sort of broken for a second. Huh, if I jimmy the whole, I don't know what to call it, like the whole switch, it seems to work better a little bit. This is now a keyboard troubleshooting stream. Okay, well, maybe that seems a little bit more reliable now. Okay, let me see if I can get my keycaps back on in the right configuration here. Okay, there's W, there's Q. Oh no, that's where 1 goes. That's not where Q goes. There we go. Q, E, okay, F1, F2, 1, and a 2, and a 3. Okay. Let's just restart that now. Oh my god, it's still not fucking working. This is depressing. Bro, it was working so reliably before I put it back on. There we go, there's one. There we go. Dude, I swear I use this keyboard all like day for work. And no issue. Let me pop open a browser. Yeah, the W is still not showing up in the browser either. Huh. Okay. We're just gonna have to work around it. We're gonna have to walk sideways. But what I wanted to test was the, okay, auto attack. Yes, auto attack. Okay, it still did the, it still did that swing. It didn't, swap the switch with a useless key. Fuck trying to work like that if you have the right tool. I have no idea if it is. I've never gotten that deep in keyboards. I've only ever like changed keycaps and shit. So I'll have to. I'll do that after stream maybe. But yeah, like I said, like it only causes a problem when I like start doing game dev. Like I was using this keyboard, albeit connected to my Mac for work today. You know, no issues there. But yeah, the timer didn't seem to end properly. I wonder if there's like a point of no return that is happening. There shouldn't be. End ability anim. Where do I call that from? Okay, so W is working now. And it stopped. And it stopped. That didn't actually end up ending it. I never actually reached that. It's never actually ending force and ability? Handle unequipped. Did I reach that? Handle unequipped? That was at 1712. That was actually kind of a long time ago. So I don't think we're actually getting it. Oh, there's the W. Can't use it. Come on, I need W. There we go. Moxie, stop it! I closed the door so you wouldn't bark. Now she's just standing outside the door barking. Moxie, stop it. Okay, so this doesn't override the unequip. Handle unequip. I've already lost what the hell that was. There we go. Okay, you happen from here. Unequip. Find usages. Yeah, so equip should be, some form of equipping should be happening. Okay, what are my, equip the wood axe, okay. That probably happened at the very beginning. Oh, that was for the enemy character. Okay, here's my character. Equip. Unequip. Main hand. I did hit the handle unequip. Let's throw a breakpoint here. Try stop main hand attack. Let's see if we can trace that. If is allowed to stop, if is attacking. Snatch from actor, destroy. Yeah, I should. I think everything should be fine here. I'm wondering if, oh, did I not run some code or something? Yeah, we did get there. Count ability specs is 1. Yeah, that's all dandy. Yes, okay, and okay, try stop main hand attack. Continue. We did find an ability spec. Force stop is true. It is the weapon primary action ability. The ability NMQ on that is null. Why is that? It makes it seem like it's not actually the right instance of the ability. Let me look at the activate ability. Okay, no, there it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, force end, which is going to be overridden here, so let's put a breakpoint there. Yes, we reached there. What is my ability? NMQ is still null, so... Yeah, why is that null? I mean, that's why it's not ending. End current on anim end. End current anim. The anim instance should never be null here, either. How am I getting like things like the anim instance? Just getting the owner of this component, that's fine. But why would that be fucking null? I have to inspect closer when I start the swing. I'm wondering if I'm not actually getting like an active ability with, what is it? Get activatable gameplay ability specs. Yeah, that's probably it. I'm not actually getting the active abilities. So maybe I just do, instead of that... That's annoying. Yeah, instead of that, ugh, I have to redo this whole thing. Cancel abilities with this tag container. Needs to be a pointer, I guess. And blah blah blah. Okay, so let me get the NMQ ability, NMQ, end current anim. That's probably a way easier way to have done it. And what do I should end the ability. I should call this. Well, I can just do this. Where was I at? Here. Well, no, I can't force in the ability. Because what if the current animation is not the weapon swing? Okay, so I cancel it. We go in here. We hit this cancel ability. We're removing it from the queue if it hasn't started yet. I guess I'll just have to check the type of the current ability anim and make sure it's not this type, which I should definitely rename at this point. If force stop and this should happen first. Anim ability animation queue current ability anim. Is this private? Well, you know what we do to that? We just make it public. Is a U weapon primary action ability static class. Yep. So if that's true, we do ability anim Q, force end ability, and then pass in the current ability. Oh, I have to do current ability anim ability. Okay, even longer. Put that in a variable. That's a very long name. Has weapon swing ability. We force end the ability. We end the ability anim, which will stop the damage. Stop and current weapon. Okay. Let's see what happens there. We building or what? Okay. We are. We are. Gotta think about like what a useless key would be now. What would I swap my shitty W to Q switch with if I can? Okay, we are swinging, cancel, okay, yes, we stopped, I can skip that now. Nice. Okay, now that's working well. That's pretty much just. Let me check and make sure the dual wield acts the same way. Okay, so we're gonna start auto swinging here. Okay, equip the offhand. There we go. I did. Yes. Yes. Okay. It did an additional main hand attack before it queued up the auto swings, which is, I think that's fine. Okay, so I guess what I want to make sure of now is if I stop this before a main hand damage goes through, the offhand shouldn't go through either. So it looks like neither of them did. That's good. There we go. Okay, so now should I commit this? Do I need to clean anything up? Am I actually using this anywhere now? Just there. I suppose it's nice to have. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I could end up using that function in the future. So maybe I'll leave it. That's how I ended up in the world I'm in right now. And if you think I'm going to change now. This ain't work. This ain't work. This is hobby programming. I don't have to be diligent. I think I can commit this, though. Deal damage notify not found. Yeah, that's a good call out. So I want to keep that for sure. Now I'm unlinking animation instances. Am I still linking them here? I am. Okay. I don't think I want to attach the animation instance to the weapon anymore now, though. Because I pretty much have set up a generic animation instance. It passes in like a dynamic animation through this event. So I think I may want to get rid of that. Let's commit this little side quest here. This is, what is this? What did I complete today, or just now? This is force end. God, missing the W. Come on, W. There you go. Weapon. Swing. God, missing the W. Swing. Weapon swing. Force end. Weapon swing on unequip. Yeah. Okay. So now what I want to do is, like, when the player changes any weapon, I need there to be a delay. Because I don't want them to finesse and min-max weapon swings somehow to where they're, like, constantly equipping. Because, like, how the dual wield auto attack works now is firm stool. I did actually end up using your idea, by the way. I should give you credit for that. But I did it a little bit slightly different, I believe. So I have this Q class, right? And it's got an array of these Q calculator classes, which I extend for each type of thing that I want to put in the queue. Right now they're just weapon swings, auto attacks. But in the future, they're going to be like abilities that you actually press that'll like take priority over the auto attacks and like, you know, get injected at the front of the queue. Essentially, they'll be like higher priority. So that's another thing I want to implement. But that's the system I have. And then I have the auto attack Q calculator class, and this is where some of the magic happens. So Essentially, the way I'm thinking of it is I calculate this weapon speed, and it's really just that weapon speed relates to the amount of time I have to fit in both weapon attacks, right? And this could just be one weapon, right? Like I get the other weapon, if I have another weapon, I get the next swing animation, and if I have another weapon animation, get the length of it, right? And so I just kind of factor that in. If there is one, if not, it's 0 and it doesn't matter. So calculate weapon speed. This should maybe be exposed to blueprints so I can tinker with it more, but here's the equation. I was doing an average, because you had said average the two weapon speeds and then give them a bonus. And so I averaged the two, and what ended up happening was they were so fucking fast. They were so goddamn fast. Because what my logic was doing was take this calculated weapon speed and fit 2 attacks into it if you're dual wielding. So if you get the average weapon speed and then you're like swinging twice as fast, right? You're getting twice the number of attacks in, which is like a crazy bonus. It's a crazy bonus. So I don't actually get the average weapon speed. I do add both of them up, and then I divide by 1 plus this variable in my game mode, which I think I may have lowered it to 0.25. To get what you were seeing there. Where's my game mode at? Yeah, it's 0.25. So that's essentially saying you're getting a 25% bonus there. So you just add up the 2 weapon speeds and then essentially subtract 25% speed from it, is essentially what that's doing there. So yeah, I really like that implementation because it's fucking simple and it gets the job done. And what I'm trying to what I decided what was important, because like in World of Warcraft they just like completely skip certain animations if there's like higher priority ones or something. But what I'm trying to do here is maintain damage happens at a certain part of the swing, right? So I'm not... I try not to skip swings, and I don't at all actually right now, so... Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, that's a bug because I just got rid of my fucking dagger. Hang on, is it still equipped? Interesting. Okay, so when I equip like a two-hander... Is that what the bug is? I equip a two-hander. So I'm wearing a two-hander now. Let's put in 2 one-handers. Okay, those are both equipped. My buffs are overlaying them a little bit. Equip the two-hander, and I've destroyed my offhand. Okay, we'll fix that next. But what I'm planning to do to maintain this, like, I kind of feel like it's more tactical, like 1 weapon swing equals 1 damage on an auto attack. What I'm planning to do is when you have like an ability, that ability will interrupt the weapon swing and play over them, and then start the weapon swings over after the ability is done. So, with that being said, I will have to make sure that my abilities are always worth it to press, at least in most scenarios, because it would suck to, you know, play a class where you're dual wielding and your weapons are so good. Maybe you have overpowered weapons. Your weapons are so good that if you were to press an ability that just deals flat damage and isn't based on weapon damage, then it would be a DPS loss because you stopped your auto attack cadence. I think that would feel pretty bad. And I think oh, there's a gnat. Hang on. Fuck, I missed it. Okay. And I think in like, that wouldn't be too difficult to do in most scenarios. Like obviously there may be some outliers. You know, like if you think about abilities that get stronger as you level up, that are just flat damage abilities, that aren't based on your weapon speed or weapon damage. And then you think about a potential scenario where the player has like the best weapon for their level. Like, that wouldn't be too hard to balance, to make sure that you just basically have to have those abilities deal a certain X times more damage than whatever your expected highest weapon damage is at that level, or something like that. Something like that. So that's kind of what I was trying to prioritize, is I wanted to make sure when damage happens, when you see the damage number pop up, your character has swung the weapon and has made contact with the character. Kind of doing it a little bit different from WoW in that regard, because not every damage number that pops up in WoW is from an animation happening. Okay, let's fix that equip bug now. So when I equipped a two-handed weapon, while having two one-handers equipped, this is the first time I've actually been able to equip two one-handers. So, and I I wrote my equipment system like a year ago, so I was not considering, probably just not considering offhands. Okay, so equip gear, equip. There's an equipment slot to unequip 2. Okay, yeah, I tried to like find a slot to equip and unequip 2. Slots to unequip. Let's make sure that this slots to unequip. Slots to unequip. If slot to equip 2 equals two-hand. So let me look at my equipment here. Well, I have to look at the data table. Right, I forgot I moved everything over there. Data table for... should be equipment is what the slots are in. Pickaxe and wood axe is two-hand. It is a two-hander. Equipment slot is two-hand. Okay. If it is a two-hand, and if my equipment contains an offhand, unequipping the two-hand item or equipping two-hand item and unequipping offhand. Slots to unequip, add that. If it contains a main hand, add that. Slot to equip 2 and then put it in the main hand. Okay. And so this gets skipped. Skip that. There's my slot to equip 2. It's not an offhand. If equipment is not empty. Equipment is not empty. And equipment... Wait, if equipment is not empty, why am I checking if equipment is not empty here? And equipment contains slot to equip 2. Oh, I guess if it's empty, then... yeah, I don't have to unequip things. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so this is just handling the non-two-hand scenarios. Oh yeah, and this is if I'm equipping an offhand and I have a two-hander equipped. It unequips the two-hander. Okay. Okay, so we have slots to unequip. Let's go back. Slots to unequip. Now this should, all things considered, should have main hand and offhand in it. So unequip and maybe add to inventory. Okay. What are we doing here? Inventory component. Yes. I should probably just like return false here if that's not the case. If I don't have an inventory component, just so we don't crash. Why did I write these like that? Oh, that's a horrible order. Oh. Ew, that was so gross. Who puts const after the variable type? Like I said, I wrote this a year ago. Who the hell was I? I didn't even know you could do that in C++. Okay, so the equip, I'm getting the index of the thing I'm equipping. If the number is equal to 1, do that. Else, if it's not empty, has enough space to unequip, which is equal to Slots to unequip dot number -1 is less than or equal to number of empty inventory slots. Wait, do I need to subtract 1 there? I don't know that I need to subtract 1 there. A little mental note there for myself. Okay, yeah, 4. Oh, again with putting the const after the type. For each slot, unequip that slot. Ooh, that's the problem right there. That's the problem. I'm unequipping them into the same slot. And because, if I'm not mistaken, I put the offhand in there first. Yep, okay, that's why. That is why. Okay, we found our issue right here. So, I have made sure that I have enough space to unequip. Well, I guess I'm checking. Wait, if I have enough space to unequip, or I don't have an inventory component, I'm going to unequip? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Okay, I'm gonna add that up here. If I don't have an inventory component, return false. So I did not unequip them. Not enough inventory space. Okay, so essentially, I was thinking about just doing like a +1, but I can't do that. I actually have to find the next open slot. I think I may have a function for that somewhere in my inventory component. Do I just add to inventory? Actually, hang on. I should make sure unequip slot to unequip. Do I actually check this index? So if I do add to inventory, insert at index, I don't actually check that. I should probably have some sort of check there. Now, whose job should it be? It should probably just be the inventory component's job to find a slot for it. Slot to unequip into. Now I do that to like swap. I'm allowing the equipment component to handle that in this scenario because when you equip a weapon, I want it to change from the index you equip it at to your previously equipped weapon should go into that inventory slot, not to the next available one, which may be after that. Some ways. Now, I think maybe this add to inventory function should just have an additional boolean for like I was gonna say for like I don't know, like attempt to find new index if invalid or something like that, if the index passed in. Insert at index is not equal to index none. If it's not equal to index none, Oh yeah, and then else here is just add first empty slot. Okay, so it automatically does that anyway. But because I'm passing in an index, it's just overriding it. Okay, so a couple things I want to do here. First of all, the slots to unequip to. I want to change the order of this, because I think if you have a main hand and an offhand equipped, and then you go to equip a two-hander, I would want what was previously your main hand to go into the two-hander slot, and then I want the offhand to go like somewhere at the bottom of the inventory, wherever the next open slot is. So change that order, first of all. And then here, because I iterate through. Okay, so here's what I need to do. First of all, this needs to be a 4i, because I need to know the first one. Slots to unequip. Slots to unequip of I, and then there we go. And so because it's well, I should do index none. Yeah, thank you, Copilot. And so by passing index none here, gets passed here. Boop, boop. Okay. So it is equal to index none. Else if item max stack size is greater than 1, then we will handle stackable item inserts, which I think probably tries to insert it at the next location anyways. Yeah, it just calls this with index none again. Okay, so that should fix that problem. Let's rebuild. No more disappearing offhand. And then what should I do after this? Say this all goes well. And it always does, right? I suppose, because I wanted to handle the blending between the main hand and offhand attack a little better. Because right now it just cuts straight between the two animations. But I think in my animation blueprint I want a reference to the next ability to kind of like blend out a little bit. Make it a little smoother, look a little nicer. So maybe that's what I'll do next. Oh no, I was going to do the delay. That's what I was going to do. Either way, both need to get done, so let's check this bug real quick. Okay, so I have, yeah, the two one-handers. Let's check that. Okay, and I have both, and the main hand went into the right spots. Okay, I put the offhand in. Now, what I'm noticing, so the, let me open that up. So the offhand slot is on the right side, and it is in WoW as well, but the main hand slot is on the left side. But if you look at what hand the weapon is in, it's in my left hand. It doesn't exactly match up. Food for thought. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I think all combos are tested. Nice and nice. Yeah, so we're going slow-mo. You'll see, I think you'll see the animation change here. Yeah, it just changes so suddenly right there. This one's kind of smooth. This transition's pretty smooth. That's what I would prefer it to be. Maybe I should just blend in rather than out. Would that be easier? I think that would be easier. But we were going to do the delay, the unequipped delay. And I suppose maybe my anim queue can have kind of like, I can just push like kind of an empty ability in there. How would I do that? I guess... So here's my, like, key... Well, let me go to the, yeah, this one. So it has an ability, an animation, a wait time, and a play rate. But I suppose only the wait time would be, populated. And that wait time should be based off of what? Should it just be a flat time? Probably not. I feel like that's too finessable. Like, if you change weapons, I think it should probably be related to the weapon speed. Yeah, I think it should probably be related to... It should be like, what, maybe half the weapon speed? Okay, let's do something like that. And so let's go to my game mode, and I'm actually gonna... Let's change this. I want to put this all the way at the top. Game settings. Yeah, it's probably a better category for it anyway. And we want a weapon change cooldown delay. And that should be like %. Weapon change delay %. So it should be a % of whatever the new weapon speed is. And so I think what I'll want to do is extract this calculate weapon speed. Maybe I could just put this on the equipment component, since I'm already, it's already using that. Put that right below the get offhand and get main hand. Maybe just call it get weapon speed. Well, no, I want it to be like, because like get weapon speed to me that means like I want the weapon speed stat of a specific weapon. But when I do calculate weapon speed, maybe it should be something like calculate total weapon speed. Something like that. Okay, and then this should be a good offhand weapon. No, this needs to be after. That needs to be after. I'm dumb. I'm dumb, 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 dumb. Okay. Dude, this gnat needs to... Oh, did I get it? I got it. Look at that. Can you even see that? There you go. Look at that fucker. Get wrecked. Calc weapon speed. Yeah, I wanted to change this to like a slightly different name. Maybe this should be like get calculated. Is that more descriptive? Get calculated weapon speed? Or maybe I should say something like get effective weapon speed? I think total weapon speed actually sounds the best. Let's make that a blueprint function. Can you go outside, buddy? He's sitting by the door like I accidentally locked him in here when I locked my other dog out. But he doesn't seem to have mind. She's noisy, I know, buddy. He's noisy. Okay, weapon delay percent, we got that in there. So I'm gonna finish this little right up here. And it should be related to when it's unequipped. So try stop main hand attack. Now, the weapon class doesn't have a reference. Where is this called? It doesn't have a reference to the anim queue yet. Suppose I'll make one though. Hey, Mad Max Dark 98. Thank you for the follow, mate. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Just working on the our little auto attack system a little bit here, finishing up the jagged edges, the rough edges. It's looking pretty nice though. Owner get not that. Is owner not a? It is a project character, so I can just do that directly. Okay. Ability anim queue. So we do the tri-stop main hand attack. That should clear the queue of anything, of any weapon swings. Now, rather than add something to the queue, maybe I'm thinking that I want to prepend it to the queue. Maybe I want another function for prepending it, because there could be... I'm going to get to a point where I want to put actual weapon abilities in here that kind of supersede the auto attacks. So I think I'm going to want a prepend ability to queue. Or maybe I just add a priority on here. Let's add a priority enum on here. Let's do that. E anim ability anim priority. Right now, let's just do high and normal. Normal. Wait, in Unreal Engine, is that the usual? Is that the usual style for doing that, or do you do it in all caps? I forget. Okay, so let's add that in here as well. So wait, can it just be an enum? Not if it's a U property, right? If it's a U property, it has to be the enum as byte. Okay, so let's go back and change the auto attack Q calculator priority. Okay, Copilot's no help to us there. That's just going to be normal. And nothing's going to happen when it's normal. For now. So let's just say if ability anim priority equals... There we go. I don't need a log there, I don't think. Insert at 0. I don't necessarily know that I want to insert it at 0. Should it... maybe I do. Maybe high priority. Even if there is a high priority upcoming in the queue, I still want to prepend the high priority, because I guess I'm picturing it as a player spamming abilities. You know, maybe it's adding it to the queue for like the upcoming one. But then I change spamming abilities. I still want to prepend it. Is this gonna overwrite? Does insert overwrite in Unreal Engine? Does it overwrite? Does insert? Hang on. Unreal Engine array insert overwrite. So insert should shift, right? Hang on, I gotta like gotta look at the Unreal Engine array functions here. Where is the? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Create new elements at the end of the array. Now, show me, is insert, did you explain insert in here at all? Inserts? Okay, but what is it before this? What is the array before this? Is it just hello world of tomorrow? So it does insert. Okay, it does shift. Okay. It does shift over. That wouldn't really make sense if it was just did the same thing as setting an array index. That wouldn't really make sense, would it? Okay, yeah. If it's high priority, yeah, just put it in the first one. Return, otherwise add. That's how it's going to work for now, until we need a different way of doing things. Okay, so let's create... I'm just going to create like a throwaway, I think. And so this is going to be... what was it called again? It was U ability anim Q calculator. Okay, yeah, and so owner will be that. Okay. And yeah, so I think I would want, if you change, I do want it to be high. Because let's say you're using an ability on a weapon, like a special ability, and then you change weapons. Like, that should kind of interrupt that, right? Like, the abilities shouldn't go through. Should it? I kind of feel like it should cancel that. Yeah, we'll do. I can imagine a scenario where people might actually pump fake ability animations, which would be kind of funny. Like, 'cause you could act like you're casting, like, you know, your big wombo ability, and then you change weapons, you know, partway through the animation before the damage happens. And it, like, cancels it. But I mean, you have to pay the price for that, right? You have to pay the penalty. So it's like, I don't think that would happen, but something to keep in mind, I suppose. The ability anim item, and then we're just gonna put the wait time equal to that should be the calculated weapon speed. Do I have an equipment component in here? I don't. Get total weapon speed times, it would be game mode, what did I call that variable? There it is. Weapon delay percent. Okay, so maybe I actually do want to create like a little... Yeah, we'll just create another class to manage those dependencies, because I don't want to just keep adding those. And Q calculator, weapon change delay. Q calculator. And let's override the calculate. Then I'll put that stuff in there. And I will need to get a reference to the equipment component. And I will need a reference to the game mode as well. Okay. And then I will need to make sure that in my anim queue, when I'm processing the next in the queue, owner, get that, get blah blah blah. Current ability anim. Ability. So I need to do a check here. That will not have an ability on it. Wait, do I process next in queue No, maybe it doesn't necessarily need an animation instance, although on the ability, yeah, I mean, I should figure out a better way to do that. I don't like the way that I'm doing that right now, putting the animation instance on the ability. But then the ability gets to decide what animation instance it should dispatch off to. Maybe I should just put animation instance on the queue item itself. Current ability anim, and then I calculate. And it does the wait time. Okay, so at least if there's no skeleton mesh again. Then in here. I'll just, instead of starting a timer, okay. So I am going to build this and go take my dogs outside and take a quick break, and then I will be back after that. Rebuild. BRB. Okay, we are back. Let's see how well this worked. Okay. Okay, I just equipped a weapon and... What happened here? Get total weapon speed. Ah, okay. Turn 0, because I have nothing equipped if I reach there. Trying again. Dude, my dog peed 3 times outside just now. So strange. Bro, last night, one of my neighbor's dogs was freaking out, and they freak out all the time. They bark all the time. But this time was different because it did not stop and it went on forever. And it was just constant barking. So I look outside and like, the dog is just standing. Usually it's barking at other dogs or other things, so it's not like facing the house, it's facing away from the house barking at other stuff. But this time he was standing facing the back of the neighbor's house and barking into the house. And he kept running up to the door, which was open. He would bark at the door, run back out a little bit, turn around and bark more. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What is going on? And then I remembered that neighbor is like very, very pregnant. Like 11 months pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like about to bust. And I'm like, oh. Did that happen? And like I don't know why the door would be open. Maybe the husband was freaking out. I was like, get the dogs out of here. Like they're freaking out. And the dogs are freaking out because they're like, my mom is dying. They just saw like their mother's water break. And they have 2 dogs, and only one was freaking out. Okay, so we crashed again from equipping. But yeah, anyways, that was just a funny moment from last night. Yeah, I gotta do a bunch of, I gotta do null checks here as well. Yeah, I'll have to restart that. Floats, anim length, yeah, I gotta do a ton of checking here. Why does it put that on 2 lines? It's really annoying. Okay. Okay, let's try to equip a weapon again, see what happens. Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah, and I'm doing a bunch of logging where I'm like logging the names of this shit. Oh my god, do I need to create a bunch of functions for like get anim name and shit? On anim end. Ability anim, I mean, what else? I'm logging the name of the ability. Or rather, of the animation. I kinda still want that name. I still want to do that. Okay, where else am I logging stuff that I may need to check? Current weapon anim. Well, that's in that one. That one's all fine. So I think maybe that's all we need to do now. Maybe that's all we need to do. Yay, more meetings! Love that. I check my notifications and it's like, you've been invited to 2 meetings tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's gonna suck. All good though. Sometimes it can break up the day and pretty nice. Oh my god, it's still crashing! Alright, only a few more of these and we should get it all ironed out. we should figure it out. You know, I could look through the code myself and try to fix these, but I'm feeling kind of lazy at the moment. Sorry, I was just looking at, there's like this, it's like a stream with knock to ask to collaborate thing. Interesting. Oh, oops. I accidentally initiated it to auto Oculus. I didn't mean to. I was just clicking it to see what would happen. I didn't think it would actually do it. I thought it would, like, I don't know, like fucking confirm first. So he's gonna be like, what was that? Anyways, okay, let's try to equip a weapon now. There it is. There it is. Okay. Equip another one. There it is. Okay. So I am assuming things get added to the queue there. So let's do some attacks. Equip. Okay, I tried to equip again, and it broke. Ah. And yes, do that. If there's a current ability anim ability, and it's a weapon primary action ability, which should probably just be renamed like auto attack ability or something. Okay. So I think what I did kind of worked. It didn't. Some old damage still went through. I think my offhand attack went through when I equipped weapons. When I equipped the a new weapon, the wood axe. Switch over to the other level, and I'm gonna look through the code real quick here. So when I stop the main hand attack implementation with a force stop, and I'm currently swinging a weapon, I force end that ability, and then I cancel abilities, which should remove the offhand swing as well. It didn't seem like it did. Maybe there was just a bit of a race condition there. And you know what? Let me actually, I'm going to put a log here. Let me put it at the end. Waiting for that seconds. Just so I know that we're actually reaching that. Let's clear all these old logs out. We'll just do it with the, oops. Just do it with a one-handed weapon here. Okay, I don't know, that didn't seem to wait. Waiting for 0 seconds. Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. So I assume... Yeah, this needs to happen after the new weapon is equipped. So rather than doing it on unequip, I need to do it on equip. On equip. Whenever a new weapon is equipped. So when you unequip things, it cancels animations. When you equip something new, that's when it should do the wait. So should I just move that up into this function? Or should I put that in the equipment component? I mean, it was already in here. Shawnee B with the raid. Hello, welcome. Welcome you all. We were just working on some auto attack mechanics. Yo, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you had a good stream. Tell me what you guys are working on. What are you all about over there? Yeah, so I just actually ripped a lot of the vanilla WoW animations and successfully got them imported into Unreal Engine after tinkering around in Blender and getting them exported and stuff. And then I actually successfully got them, well, I say successfully, I for the most part got them retargeted to my ALS skeleton. And I have been working those animations into blending them into the ALS system, which is kind of a behemoth of a system. I'm using the Community C++ refactored version of it. And I got those all kind of working in there, and so I have this like ability animation queue that I'm working on for like auto attacks and in the future like abilities and stuff. And so specifically, I just got dual wield working the other day, and now I'm working on like adding a delay to the ability animation queue when a player equips a new weapon. So I don't want them to be able to like finesse the system, you know what I mean, and like do some wonky things where it's like, you know, you swing with a weapon, the second it deals damage, you equip a new weapon, and you kind of skip, you kind of like animation cancel in a way. So I'm adding like a bit of a delay, and it'll be based on the weapon speed. CPP, my beloved. I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with CPP. I wish I felt the same way. I love it a lot more than Blueprints, though. Just makes more sense to me. This UE5ing, nice. Making a dungeon crawler with a weird combat system. Okay, what's so weird about the combat system? I'll show you a little bit of mine. So here's one of my own animations. This is a homegrown animation you're about to see. Oh yeah, look at that. All back and shoulders, you know? No twisting of the hips there, just... And so what I'm trying to do is make sure that, one, when I equip the new weapon, it cancels. And it did. And then there was a little bit of a delay before I started swinging again. And you'll notice this is a 1.5 second swing timer. So he's doing that, and then, oh, cancel. Wait, this is like a 3-second swing timer, I think. And so we'll dual wield here. And the offhand attack here, that's one of the WoW animations that I got working in there. Okay, Ah, I still did the offhand attack there. That offhand attack should have been cleared. What I'm trying to do is prioritize making sure that when a damage number pops up, an animation played. Because like in vanilla WoW, or I'm sure in retail WoW too, like damage numbers pop up and they just like try to match the animations up to the damage cadence. And a lot of them end up getting skipped because you're pressing so many things and auto attacks always happen in the background. I'm actually going to be canceling my auto attacks whenever the user hits another ability. So it's like if you had to play Dark Souls by queuing up button presses. Oh my god, that sounds absolutely fucking horrible. Not that that wouldn't be a fun game, but like I'm actually I'm a Elden Ring hater. I am one of the few. I don't actually hate it. I think it's probably a great game. It's just not for me. And one of the reasons I hate it so much is because it like locks you into some animations before they even start happening. And maybe they fixed that. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. But you'd be like sitting there. You know, the boss has like a 2-piece combo and a 3-piece combo. And they look the exact same. You know, the first 2 of them look the exact same, right? So you don't know if it's going to be the 2 or the 3. You know, he did the first 2, you're like, oh, it's the 2-piece. Okay, I have a window of opportunity after the 2-piece combo. So you start spamming attack. And before the attack animation starts, and you're while you're still like rolling or something, you notice it's the 3-piece combo. You're like, oh, I need to dodge again. Let me switch from spamming attack to switching to spamming dodge. Even though the attack hasn't started yet, Elden Ring will still make you play the fucking attack. And it feels so goddamn unresponsive and sluggish. But, so I don't actually hate your idea here. I think it'll be really fucking interesting. Because you're like taking that and cranking it to 11, which I kind of like. And that could actually be like a very tactical thing, you know. Buffered rolls and stuff. Elden Ring is real annoying with those. Yeah, I don't know if it was... I haven't seen many people talk about that, so I don't know if it was just me being very not good. You're based on experiences playing Twitch plays runs of Souls games. And so that was... We were like Twitch chats, you know, they all like spam commands, and then it like aggregates the commands and picks the highest one for like the player to do. I also don't understand blueprints. I never use them, but when I see streamers using it, I just see spaghetti. Yeah, for me, it's a lot harder to organize. And the more logic you have in blueprints, to me, the harder it becomes to reason about. And so anything with like a lot of math or like a lot of branching logic, I try to put in C++. But it's nice for just connecting like a few functions together. That's nice, you know. Should probably learn them just to understand them better. Yeah, I mean... I try to do most of it in C++, but then I have to like rebuild the engine every goddamn time. So that's not fun to wait on. My game is paused while you make a timeline of actions. Okay, see, I already like that a lot better. That's a great idea. It's like turn-based, where you have to use action game logic. Yeah. And so, do the things that you're fighting have predetermined commands? Like command sequences, or do they respond to each one of your commands? Does that make sense? Is that a good question? Hopefully you'll also fix the problem of Elden Ring just using every opportunity to just like shove the camera right up your ass, you know, whenever it can. That was another thing that kind of frustrated me. It's like almost like a lot of the difficulty came from like not good places in Elden Ring. And that's just me coping real hard. I beat the first boss, though, in Elden Ring, and then after that I was like, you know what, I don't care. I don't care about what else this game has. I am too frustrated. I will watch other people play it. Okay, but now I need to figure out why my offhand attack still happened. Because that should be being cleared. I should be canceling abilities with this gameplay tag. Sanity check to make sure that the ability that I'm using actually has that tag on it. Yes, it does. Okay. The enemies get to make decisions on an action-by-action basis. Ooh, okay, so that's going to be fucking difficult. Yeah, unfair is a word, but, you know, I think when games, like, there's a line, right? And the closer you are to that line, the worse it feels. But if you're on either outlier of that line, it could feel great. You know, and I think the same goes for randomness. If you have there's a point, there's like a tipping point of randomness where the further you get, like the closer you get to that line, it's going to start to feel bad, but then the farther you get away on the other side, it's just so random that nothing else fucking matters, that it might be fun and like chaotic, in like a chaotic kind of way. Yeah, third-person cameras are hard. I have so much logic in mine, it still needs more. Yeah, camera movement is hard. We've come a long way as a game developer community since, I don't know if anyone played the game Too Human back in the day on the Xbox, but the great game, camera was your worst enemy in that game. But like with Elden Ring, I've always thought like, they use the same targeting system as like Legend of Zelda. Like, can we iterate on that a little bit more, FromSoft? Like, I'm kind of expecting more of you. Like, because the weapon attacks are so goddamn slow, you can't miss. And the only way to like reliably hit something is to lock onto it. At least for me. Maybe I'm just bad. But it's like, goddamn, can I have a better lock-on system that doesn't absolutely change my directional controls of my character and accidentally make me roll off the cliff? Which fucking happened to me. I did have ChatGPT rewrite half of Code Complete, but for visual programming languages. I haven't read it yet to see how off it is. Well, you know, Gemini could probably rewrite the entire thing with its million context window. That's what I'm using in this game, actually. I have a procedural AI quest system where I actually send out an API request to the Gemini API, and I like dump my entire item database to it and everything that's spawned in the world, and I give it like coordinates of it and like the names, and then I have like AI generated character personalities and stuff. And so when you go like talk to a colonist in the world, you can generate a quest, and it'll you know, hit the API, and it'll come back with like a completely AI driven quest. Trying to make it a roguelike. Love me some roguelikes with lots of weird table turning consumables and stuff. So I'm leaning into it being a bit chaotic. I do like that. I like that a lot. I like high randomness can actually be really fun, because you're at that point you're kind of just like expecting nothing to go well, right? And so when things do go well, it kind of feels good. MIT course on game theory at Yale. Interesting. Yeah, so why isn't cancel abilities canceling my offhand attack here? It's 30 hours. Yikes. Yeah, I dropped out of college, so that's probably not a for me thing. So now, let me check my log, because I should be logging the cancel. And of course, I'm not logging which animation it actually was. And that's after Cleanup World, so that's probably not it. So where is the ability? So on cancel ability, I'm just doing the name. I'm going to store the calculator as a field here. My dogs are freaking out. What the hell is happening outside? Nothing's happening, you weirdos. Oh, my neighbor's dogs are outside. That's what's happening. So therefore, the world is ending. It is the end of times because other dogs exist. I have been learning programming since I was about 16 years old, so that's like 13 years now. It was actually World of Warcraft that got me interested in it, because my parents wouldn't pay for a WoW sub back in the day, and all my friends are playing it at school, and if you've ever heard someone talk about WoW and you never played it, it sounds like a different language, so I felt left out, and I wanted to know what they were talking about. So I figured out how to like get onto private servers, and from there my friends thought it was sketchy, so they wouldn't play with me. And I was like, what if I made my own? And I did. And that's how I learned how to write code. Or that's what got me in. I didn't really actually, I maybe like changed one line of code or some shit. That's what taught me like what a developer was. Yeah, they eventually played with me. and now WoW is one of my biggest influences in life. Moxie, come here. Good lord, these doggos. They do not know how to stop, I'm telling you. Yeah, I added the calculator to the queue because I wanted to log the actual animation that's playing. Do I want the, no, I don't want the animation. I want the weapon. I don't care what the animation is. Okay, that's what I want. Haven't used UE really, but I see you're returning from a void function on line 22. That's valid. Line 22. Yes, because this is also void. I mean, even if it wasn't, I think it's valid. I'm just trying to get the rest of it to not execute. I mean, it's a guard, right? So if any of these conditions are true, I don't want to do the rest of this. And I would rather not have it all, like the opposite of this would be something like that. You know, which when you're reading code, like top to bottom, you're reading all these stuff. You read this condition, and you're reading what's happening here, and then you get here, and then you have to be like, wait a second, what is this condition? And then you have to go all the way back up here and think about the opposite version of this. So it's pretty standard practice to one, not nest infinitely your like, because I could be like, if weapon, right? If weapon gets next swing anim and nest it again. This would be the bad form of it. And then I would have to go if ability anim Q. Right? Look how nasty this is getting. Look how nasty. And like, especially if you have else conditions on all these, like if you have else's on all these, like it's going to be a nightmare to figure out to read this code. Like this is much harder to read code, especially if you're doing stuff in these else's. Like you have 3 different else's. I have to be like, wait a second, what was this condition again? And so if you put it in a guard, it makes it a lot easier to read. And you don't need to nest anything, and the reader of the code, they read this, they're like, okay, here's the invalid case, and it ends. I can put that out of my head for now. I don't need to remember that or keep in mind what condition or anything. Now I'm just moving on in the code. It's much better top to down reading ability. The return is easily missed because you can't see it from the structure of the code. What do you mean you can't see it? You can't see a return from the structure of the code? Or, I guess you're just expecting a return to always be at the end of a function or at the end of a block or something? That's the argument I hear for guards, but I think it's invalid because you shouldn't nest that much to begin with. I mean, why nest at all if you don't have to, right? Like, even if I just did, like, why do I need the else here, right? Why do I need this to be indented and in a block? Even writers telling me you don't need to do this, right? I think it's a pretty standard programming practice by now. I mean, you can still see all paths of the code here, too, but based on the indentation as well. I understand, like, not being acclimated to that, though, and potentially missing it. But I think it's a pretty common practice that you should, I think probably most programmers understand. I forgot all the changes I made now, though. I think I just changed the log. Still swung the offhand ability. Bad. You are bad. You are so barky. Oh my goodness. What a barky freaking dog. Oh my god, and she goes back at it again, I swear. I swear this dog, she... And now you're gonna come and whine to me. Come here, you little chunky pup. Look at this thing. How can you be mad at this thing? I have another one of these, and it is the quietest, sweetest little boy. This thing just eats and poops and barks. But it's so cute, though. Do you want to say hi to chat, Moxie? Hello. 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 Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? How have you been, Phoenix? Okay, so the dagger ability did get canceled. The animation, the damage still went through, though. It was queued up. It got canceled. Oh my god, she just ran off and barked again. Moxie, please stop. Wait, so calculate got called and then we canceled it. Stopped attack. So we should have removed it from queue. But if the calculate got called, that means it got okay, so I think a bit of a race condition might have happened here. So if we calculate, yeah, process next in queue happened. Okay, so handle unequip. Oh, I think I know what happened here. So handle unequip. Hang on, hang on. My weapon, handle unequipped. We try to stop the main hand attack. Wait a second. No, never mind. I don't know what happened, I don't think. If I canceled it... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So, we have to clear the queue first, I think. Oh, I need to do this in like the same step, because anytime I clear the queue, it tries to call the next one. Gonna take my break after game, Devin? Yeah, go take a break. Appreciate the raid, appreciate that. Love meeting new people. Definitely have to give you a follow. Definitely need new people to raid, more people to raid. So, definitely want to find some more people using Unreal Engine. And I hope to return the favor. Thank you for the follow, appreciate that, appreciate that. But yeah, you don't gotta stick around or anything. Don't humor me. Go do what you gotta do. Go take a break. Go do some stretches, get some water. And hopefully, the next time I see you, I will have fucking figured out why this offhand damage is still going through. And I think, so I force end ability, right? Go there. End current anim. When I end the current anim, I process the next in the queue. Yeah, that's what's happening. So I need to do this in like one step, right? Yeah, I almost need this to be like an array. To just pass in multiple. Well, I don't have a reference. I could pass in a class and just cancel all abilities of class rather than using an ability instance here. because that's already kind of what I'm doing here. What do I want to do here? Which way do I want to handle this? I have cancel abilities. I guess I need a force end abilities. Can I get ability? Get, oh, is there an owned what kind of gameplay tags things do we have here? Oh, gnats. Ah, gnats. I think there's a few more flying around. Get gameplay, get tag, get cooldown tag, get asset tags. If I have an ability instance, can I not get the tags on it? Ability tags. The ability has these tags, so that's probably what I need to check. Okay, so let's do a, rather than force end ability, let's do force end abilities. And I guess we'll have to, yeah, remove ability from Q. Or rather, set a bowl of water out with some dish soap in it. I have these, like, they're like little Glade, they're almost like Glade plugins, but they just have like a light on it, like a black light that they get attracted to. And then there's like a sticky mat. And then they get stuck to the little mat because it's by the light. So those work pretty well. That's my mat solution. Yeah, knowing my little chunky dog, she would just drink a bowl full of soap water and wouldn't even care. She probably needs it too. Some little stinky breath. Okay, so yeah, and then this will need to take in force end abilities, and so this is going to take in an F gameplay tag container. Tag container. Let's make that a const. Ref here. Sure. Tags, ability tags dot has all tag container. There we go. Or is there a has any? Yeah, okay, has any is I think what I want there. Has any. Remove ability from queue. So I could either use a predicate as a argument here, which sounds nasty. Where else is this used? Yeah, here, where I just pass in this. And then this function I don't ever use, so I'm just going to get rid of that. So I don't have to update it. Remove ability from queue. This. I guess I can imagine a scenario where I want to cancel a single instance of a weapon swing ability. Like when I'm dual wielding, there's going to be two in the queue, right? The one that I'm currently swinging and the next one, the next upcoming one. And so if I kind of continue doing this remove by tags type thing, then I could remove both when I don't want to, although I don't really know a scenario where I would want to remove only one and not the other. force and abilities. We're gonna change that. Hello? Oh, yeah, because we're in an if statement. Gotcha. And I suppose, yeah, this should be if force stop. We're just gonna cancel. Okay, so it wants a pointer, so maybe I'll make this be a pointer too, just to match up with that one. Okay. And then cancel abilities will percolate up to this, down to this one right here. And now I need to decide if I should just pass in. Passing in the tags owned by this ability would kind of be a bad way to do that, I think. If that's the only way I'm canceling it, then I really wish there was a way to just pass a payload to this function. Activation info? What is this? Data tied to a specific activation of ability. Generally not meant to be subclassed. And I probably need to remove ability from queue before this. Right, because when I end current anim, I process next in queue. Yeah. 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 So that was another slight misstep there. I mean, if I only use one tag to identify my abilities, this should be fine. Let me look at the ability blueprint here. Abilities of these tags are canceled. That'll be useful for when I do weapon attack, like weapon abilities, not just auto attacks. Although again, it's just going to cancel them, and I've determined that a cancel just removes it from the queue, and it doesn't like force stop it. So maybe I should change that to match up with that. Activation block tags. This ability is blocked if the activating actor/component has any of these tags. Now, does that also cancel itself? if those happen in the middle. I think it does, and that's why I did that. Yeah, I should probably change cancel to be like the force end, and then make my own method for like the soft cancel. So if I were gonna do that, let me look back at my project character for when I try to stop the attack. If I force stop, I would change to cancel abilities, anything with main hand weapon swinging. Otherwise, I would want to, like, soft stop. Am I where else am I canceling? I think it all goes through here. Find usages, that's the only usage. Find usages. And that's just some. Okay. Because there's so many tags that can stop it. If I'm looking here, is main hand attack allowed to start? I also have all these tags for the ALS locomotion stuff. And would I want these to cancel? To hard cancel? Definitely ragdolling. Mantling, I guess you'd be in mid-air if that were to happen. Getting up, you wouldn't be swinging at that point anyway. It would have already been cancelled from ragdolling. Rolling. Should you be able to do a roll? These are all game design decisions. Because I could add all of these, rather than doing this blocking tags thing. I could add them to the ability itself. Yeah, I should probably change. Okay, change it all back. And now this takes in, yeah, that takes in that to create the declaration. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, and this will be called from cancel, so it's going to be called with a specific instance of an ability. We will remove it from the queue if it exists. And we'll say if current ability anim and ability just equals ability. End ability anim. What do I do on true here? Okay. That's fine. That checks out. So I remove all those abilities from Q. And if the current ability anim. Okay. And if the current ability anim is this one, then we remove that. And when we end current anim, we process the next in queue. That feels that feels right. That feels better. And so I have force end abilities. Yes. If force stop, yes. Excuse me, God. Cancel abilities. Yeah, this seems right. This seems good. Does it compile? Place your bets. I think it does. Now, does it work? I don't think it will work. I don't think it'll work the way I want it to. Yeah, I don't think it will actually. Hang on. Once this starts, what did I do? Force end abilities. Force end ability. No, I said I wanted to change cancel ability to force end. Okay, yeah, that I needed to switch those. Yeah, and then I need so remove ability from Q. Abilities from Q. Ability tags dot has any. I'll do has any. Wait, what is the difference between has any exact and has all exact? Only allows exact matches. A.1.has any A, comma B will return false. Why would anyone write their ability tags that way? I feel like that's maybe a little bad. That's just going to return void. I don't think I care if I letting the caller know that I removed any or not here. No, I need a temp array here. That way when I increment, I don't remove from the wrong index. Wait. That's not how that works. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Get out of here. Wait, do it? No, I don't. I just want to add, right? If that's false, temp copy, add. There we go. Yeah, we iterate through ability in and Q. And if it doesn't have any exact then we add it? Yeah. And we just set it. Okay, I think that works. Okay, now I feel like this will work. And yeah, everything should be going through there. Weapon, try stop main attack, yeah. So should I add? Here's a question. The weapon change delay. Should that apply? Right now I'm only applying that whenever you change weapons. You get a half of the weapon speed delay before you can start swinging again. Okay, good. Wait, why can't I start attack now? What's happening? Why did it do it in that order, too? Yeah, start attack. Okay, hang on. Let me check my, What button am I trying to press? That one. Show debug. Ability system. There we go. Now I can see my tags that are applied here. Ah, it's not removing. I didn't end the ability when I removed it from Q. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Cancelled is true, which should be fine, because this isn't actually, apologies for the sniffles. This ability actually isn't starting. If it's in the queue, it's not actually playing, which is fine. But yeah, that'll actually get it to remove the tag. Because that ability essentially was just sticking around doing nothing. Which means my ability system component and actor have this, it's called main hand weapon swinging is the tag. I need to rename that because it's no longer reflects that. Show debug ability system. Okay, yeah, now they both... Yeah, now they both got... Good, good, good. Okay. It didn't cancel that one in time when I equipped the weapon. Did I do force stop on that? Did I do a force stop? Handle equipped. I don't force stop. I do this delay that doesn't interrupt the currently swinging. I think that's fine because it didn't unequip. I think that's okay. Because you're still going to have to eat that delay before you get the next swing in. It's not like you're getting out of it at all. I think that's fine. Okay, let's do some more testing here. What? I mean, I went on like a major side quest there. To do this like cancel and remove abilities, and I forgot what I was trying. I was trying to test the weight, right? I think that's what I was trying to test. When I equip something, it should weight, right? Because like when I was equipping something, it would still swing the offhand weapon, and it doesn't now. What an odd... It queued up several, actually. Yeah, when I equip something, I should clear the queue, actually. Yeah, I should clear the queue from the rest of it. So let's add that ability to queue, and then... in unequipped, I do try stop main hand attack with true. Yeah, I should do that there too. Yeah, that'll stop the swings from building up and then happening in a wonky order. Wait, why did I swing with the offhand weapon first? I mean, they did all happen at the same rate, it did the offhand one first. Why would it have done the offhand one first? Let me look at, where is try start? This is try start main hand attack. Which really should be named try stop auto attack. Yeah, why would the offhand weapon swing first there? I don't understand. Unless something's not getting removed correctly. So for forcing stop, which we do on equip and unequip, cancel abilities, I mean, it was fine because the weapon swings were still happening at the same speed and there wasn't any, like, leftover delay or anything. Okay, so that one stops. We swing. We equip the offhand. Now, it does offhand first, then main hand, then offhand. And then we go into our regular cadence of main hand, offhand alternating. Which is weird. Why does it do that? Let me clear my logs. Let me get some clean logs to look at here. Okay. Actually, whoops, sorry, stand back up, buddy. Unequip that. Interesting, so I need to take a look at the unequip, because I think it turns off my animation instance. Oops. Okay. Yeah, because there's only... Yeah, I need to turn that off right away. I was already looking at that. Yeah, unlink anim class layers. Yeah, and it's just because it shares an animation instance with the ability animation instance. Right? Gameplay ability base, animation instance. I'm not actually linking that anywhere. I'm just kind of relying on it being linked. Okay, I'll take a look at that here in a second. Let's not lose sight of the bug I'm trying to track down. Potential bug. Nothing's like super bug. Okay. Okay. I only have one cancel, and it's the mace ability, which should have gotten canceled. It cleared, it processed next in queue. Which, so let me think about the order that this is happening in. So, cancel ability happened because I equipped the offhand. So what would have happened was I add the wait, I add the delay timer, then I try stop, I get all the way here, or stop should be true, I cancel abilities, which goes into here, it hits this, and then I force into build. Well, this should have cancel ability, and it only would have happened for one, because that was the only thing that was added so far, right? Yeah. The start main hand attack hadn't started yet. Reach the end of the stop. We're waiting. Start main hand attack implementation. Activate ability, mace, then dagger. Oh, you know what? Oh, I know why. I think I know why, at least. Oh no, I set it to normal. So... Oh, it needs to be initialized to normal. Not set here. Because it's checking the priority before that even gets called. I'm done. What's the goddamn... What's the enum? Already equals normal. And let's actually... We don't need one here. Let's actually do that in the base class. And then in this one, generate that definition and put that there. Okay. That, I think, is the issue. Okay, so we'll need to test the delay again because that priority actually wasn't working. Okay. So the test I was doing is I would swing this, cancel, starts that again, and goes. Delay happens, nice, swing. Okay, now this is working exactly how I want. This is perfect. Perfect. I actually am thinking that I want to... I think I want it to be high and low, not high and normal. Makes more sense for low things to be added at the end than high things. Let's actually put that first, so that's like the default. Cool. Okay. So the question I was thinking of was, should this weapon swing delay? Right now it's only happening when you change your weapons to prevent min-max finessing. Should it also just happen whenever you start auto-attacking? I'm thinking. I want to say no, because I prefer it. Because I like being able to swing once, and the reason I have that turned on is because this wood axe actually chops down trees too. So I want the player to be able to mine, you know, and interact with the environment by swinging their weapon. It just doesn't auto-attack because they don't have a target. And so, if I were to make it have a delay before it starts auto-attacking, that would make that a really frustrating process. I think no is the answer there. And there's no anim canceling on the auto attack. It finishes whatever animation it's in whenever you just stop the auto attack. So you can't just like anim cancel the main weapon swing. Like right after it deals damage, and then start it again, and you know you're like swinging it in half the time essentially is what that would be. Now, I am actually thinking about a scenario where, because I'm using the weapon speed as a factor into how long you have to wait to swing again after you change weapons, I guess I'm picturing a scenario where a user swings a very slow, or a player swings a very slow, heavy-hitting axe or something. And then right as it deals damage, they change their weapon. to something very fast. Something faster than half of the big axe weapon speed. That could be a DPS increase. So I feel like I should maybe just have a flat number. Or maybe it should also take into account a way to get around that could be to do, because I'm only doing on equip, right? Yeah, when you equip something, it gets the weapon speed, the half of the weapon speed of that newly equipped item, and makes you wait that long. But I should probably also just add that on unequip as well. Could you either buffer the weapon switch until the attack finished, or force the attack to cancel? So yeah, those were some other options I played with when I was implementing this in my head. I guess I didn't verbalize it. It's fucking hard to talk about what the hell you're doing when you're writing code, you know? But my thoughts on that were, if I do the buffer situation, which what you're saying is, you know, I'm in the middle of a weapon swing, and then I change this weapon before it deals damage, and you're saying, make it finish its swing and then change it. I think that that would be kind of unresponsive to the player, and it would make it a little awkward. Because you would have a situation where either your inventory is not responding to the equip, or your inventory and character sheet are out of sync as to what you see in the world. Both of those don't feel good to me, so I didn't want to do that. And then your other option is force the attack to cancel. So I do force the attack to cancel, but what I don't want is for the next attack to start immediately, because when you swing the weapon, there's a certain time during that swing where it deals damage, and then there's some time after that before it swings your potential offhand or it swings again. And so what I was trying to prevent was a situation where you swing a weapon, you know, like let's say you swing a really slow weapon, a 3-second swing timer weapon, you swing that. Let's see, it deals damage at 1.5 seconds into that, right? And then you have another 1.5 seconds of the follow-through swing, waiting to swing again. You could finesse that to where you alternate between this big axe and a dagger whose speed is less than the follow-through time, the time after damage of that axe. And that would be a DPS increase. So I wanted to avoid that. That's why I'm doing a delay after you change your weapon equipment. But I am now realizing that there actually, would there even be an ability? I mean, so I was thinking, like, I'm basing the delay based off of half of the weapon speed of the new equipment. Like whenever you equip a new weapon, I do this weapon change delay. I put that in the queue, and it just multiplies the speed by 0.5. You have to wait for that amount of time before you can swing your weapon again. Now, I guess, let's say you had a 5-second swing timer weapon. It deals damage at 2.5 seconds through the swing. So after it deals damage, you change your weapon to a dagger. That's like, 1 second speed. That's less than half of 2.5 seconds. So technically, that would still be a DPS increase. And I guess if you had a 1.0 weapon speed dagger, it would be a DPS increase to equip that, given it has the same DPS as a 3.0 weapon speed weapon. And the 3.0 weapon speed weapon deals damage before half of the new weapon weapon speed with more than half of the new weapon speed left in its animation. Am I fucking making sense? That sounds like such a goddamn mouthful. It makes sense in my head. What do you think about making the time to switch away from a weapon equal to its end lag? Isn't that what you were saying with the buffer? What's the difference between what you're saying there and when you said buffer the weapon switch until the attack finished? Or do you mean like the time to wait? I think what you're saying is the time to wait after you've switched weapons before you can swing again equal to the remaining time on the previous weapon's swing timer. I think that's what I'm pondering right now. Because when I say let's add this delay to also when you unequip it as well. So it not only, it should just like penalize you essentially. There's a little bit, it would be a little bit of a cost to switch weapons in combat, which I think there should be, honestly. I don't think it's... Yeah, you got it? Okay. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. What we're saying is kind of the same in effect, but with a little bit different executions. Because you're just saying, use the whatever remaining time is on the animation. And I'm saying, let's just take half the weapon speed, regardless of how much time is left on the animation. And with what I'm saying, there would be a bit of a penalty, or there could be. And with what you're saying, all things would be equal. I kind of lean that there should be a penalty, and I think I do want to, and it would be very slight. It's not like you're getting, it's barely a slap on the wrist if you change weapons during combat. And there may be a scenario where you want to do that. And you gotta pay for that. You gotta pay for that by waiting. You know, like that much time, really, is all it would be. I just think it would be a bad play pattern to more so incentivize weapon switching during combat. Mine makes sense immersion-wise. Yeah, it's like there's a little bit of time where you have to like pull out your weapon, right? And I could even work that in, right? Maybe the delay I'm talking about is literally an unsheath animation, or sheath and unsheath, or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there should be a little bit of a penalty. Nothing crazy. Like, I do think it would be cool to have a class that's like have a warrior spec that switches weapons a lot, and then maybe they can spec into having to swapping weapons faster. I like that actually. And then maybe there's another class where there's some meta spec where it's like, oh, you want to like fucking, you wield a sword during this part of the rotation, and then you switch to a fucking mace during this other part of the rotation. I wouldn't want too much of that, because again, I think that's kind of a bad play pattern if it's too widespread and too impactful. But it could be kind of cool from a flavor standpoint. You kind of turn into a, like I think in, what was it? What game was it? Was it Diablo 4 yeah, the Barbarian Arsenal. That's what it is. Something like that. I think it's called that. The Barbarian has like a bunch of different weapons, and they pull different ones out for like different attacks. Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay, don't jump while weapon swinging. Got it. Okay. That one was fine. Is it just dual wielding? Oh fuck! Yeah, it's something to do with the offhand. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I can fix this real quick. And I hate that this is on by default. Character can step up on. And because that's set to fucking true, the ALS mantling system tries to mantle on it. Like, how fucking dumb is that, that's on by default? I'm actually really proud of how this all blends into the ALS locomotion system, because that was not fucking easy. And I am not good at animation. Yeah, let's add the, we could reduce the penalty a little bit too. It wouldn't necessarily need to be point, because I have it at 50%. Now, if I add 50% on unequip and equip, those are going to add, like if you equip something new, it's going to unequip the previous one, add that delay, equip the new one, add that delay as well. So that could be a lot. But let's get a feel for it. So handle unequipped. I think this gets called from the equipment component. Right, so it should already be unequipped. So by the time this is getting added into the queue, this is getting added into the queue and executes or calculates, and we get the equipment component total weapon speed. Or I guess I should do it before the weapon even comes off. Let me look at the equipment component here. Yeah, it is after it's removed. Oh, he's banned already? I didn't even ban that guy. Banned him anyway. Good job, Phoenix. You're doing the Lord's work out there. So I could just swap these two lines and it would work like I want it to, but I don't know. Does it make sense to remove it from the equipment? I mean, it happens in the same frame. So, what's the worst? I'm just switching two lines. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? So let's see. This is going to be a little bit longer of a delay now. And especially when switching, I don't actually have two slow weapons. I only have one slow weapon. Maybe I can add another one real quick. So yeah, we're gonna build that. That's building. I do have a lot of meshes to use for weapons, and I have not done any. I've only created like a few weapons, so it would be cool to get some more of those in here. Okay, let's see what this weapon delay feels like. Okay, W key still broken, so gotta kind of crab walk over here. Okay, we're gonna like swing. It's kind of a while. So I didn't unequip anything there, so it's kind of fast. Jesus, that's kind of a long time. For the slow weapons, that's kind of a long time. That feels kind of bad. I'm doing 50%. I can just change that in game mode. Nice. Nice. Where's my game mode? Weapon change delay percent. So I went from 0.5. 50% of each one. Maybe just 40%? I mean, I still feel like that's going to be kind of bad. Okay, crab walk. Crab walk over there. Not as bad. Maybe 0.35. I think 0.35 is going to be the money number right there. And yeah, maybe if I actually am able to either make or purchase some real animations that aren't ripped from WoW, then I can make them like sheath and unsheath. Although, maybe the WoW anim... Do I have sheath and unsheath? Hold on. Let me check my WoW anim folder. There it is, in all its glory. Stealth walk? Excuse me, sheath. Here we go. Here we go. Again, with my W key not working. Yeah, I only have those two. Which is like an explicit dual wield one. Oh, I would have to chop that up. Do I have anything else, like from Mixamo or anything? No. I have a bunch of Mixamo animations as well. Which I recommend for getting started. Yeah. Yeah, maybe these can be, I can work these into some special abilities, because these look a little, what else do I have? So yeah, I think it'll be a little bit before I can actually put a sheath animation in there. This, I'm happy with this. Hello, Organization Soki. Hello, how you doing, mate? Welcome, welcome. I am just working on, it was auto attack, like an auto attack animation queue system. Just got done with handling, like, canceling the auto attacks under certain conditions, and adding a little bit of a delay when you switch weapons so that players can't, like, min-max and finesse the system for more DPS in a way that creates bad play patterns. So that's what I'm about to commit here. Maybe check my work in UE5? What do you mean? Implement, oh, my W key is so broken. Implement weapon swing. Again, my W key, come on. Give me W, swing. Or, not swing, weapon change delay. One to do? What did I write? Oh, yeah, I can anyway. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay. What did I want to move on to next? Yeah, I was wanting a better way to kind of blend the animations, because looking at my main hand and offhand, it's very jarring right there. Yeah, so I wanted to do like kind of a blend in. And so I think after each one finishes, it should send a new event here. Anim cleared and anim triggered. So let me look at those while this is happening. Hey dude, been a minute since I checked in. How's it going? Yeah, hey cool game dev. How you been, mate? I've been good. Not sure when the last time you were here was, but did a lot of work on the procedural terrain system and got I have like different biomes now that have different noises, and I did some different materials for them as well, and those are all blended together. So and then I have like altitude blending as well based on just like the world altitude, and I got some like border mountains happening. I'll show that here in a second. And now I kind of switched over to working on combat a little bit more. So I've been working on like dual wielding here. The altitude blending, yeah. So I did, after the altitude blending, I did the noise blending, and did materials after that. So, and now I'm on to working with ALS again, which is a love-hate relationship. Okay, so. And right now specifically, I did the whole auto attack system. I have like an animation queue that's kind of handling things for me. For like when auto attacks should cancel, when they should continue, how they should go from one weapon swing into the other, and what speed that should happen at, based on the weapon speed stat of the weapon. And now I'm just trying to figure out like a better way to blend between potentially two different attack animations with dual wielding. It happens it's a little jarring right now. So yeah, I do have anim cleared. On anim in, anim cleared. and then I get anim triggered. So the frustrating thing about working in animation blueprints is that I can't log anything from like these places, right? And so this is going from, this is my blend from attacking back to idle, which should be happening because I clear, right? And I'm cleared gets hits, and so I should be setting as idle. And then I guess maybe it happens in the same frame, so I don't know if the blending happens or not. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell how the blending happens. If, you know, is idle gets set to false in the same frame that it's set to true, does the blending even happen? And, you know, is one frame in C++ land the same as one frame in animation blueprints? Is there any answers in like class defaults? Nothing that's enlightening. I was thinking maybe there's like a tick rate or something I can look into. Let's just go back to looking at yeah, these little transitions here. So going from idle to attacking. Maybe I can just blend that in a little, make it take a little longer. Maybe I should let me look at some of these other, what is priority? Okay. Blend logic, inertialization did look a lot better than standard blend. This custom. Okay, interesting. Don't know that I need custom. Inertialization looked good. Transition rule, sharing. Automatic rule based on sequence player, something or other. What is that? What does the rest of this say? Based on sequence player in state. Try setting the rule automatically based on the most relevant asset player node's remaining time in the automatic rule trigger time of the transition. Ignoring the dude, what does that even mean? Holy shit, man. It mentioned automatic rule trigger time, so let's read that. When should the automatic transition rule trigger relative to the time remaining wait, what? When? Relative to the time remaining on the relevant asset player. Less than 0 means trigger the transition crossfade duration seconds before the end of the asset player, so a standard blend would finish just as the asset player ends. Greater than or equal to means the trigger the transition automatic trigger rule time. Seconds before the end. Dude, none of this means anything to me. That is a word salad. Transition interrupt. Don't think I need that. So this is saying if it's less than 0, hi Moxie. Trigger the transition. I love salad. Can I have some? Hey, if you understand what this is saying, please have at it. Teach me and tell me what this means. What is crossfade duration? It says transition crossfade sharing. Is this whole section the crossfade? I can't even click on that. Seconds before the end of the asset player. So a standard blend would finish just as the asset player ends. Greater than or equal to 0 means trigger the transition automatic rule trigger time. Maybe I should just change this to 1. Okay, so what is actually the transition that is happening? Don't use 3D or Unreal? Ugh, yeah, tell me about it. Hey, Moxie, that's rude. Stop it. So I kind of feel, I wish I knew when these were happening. They are the same time, and they do both have inertialization. Inertialization. So what if I just did, let's just make this 0.5, just something a little aggressive, egregious, and see what happens. See if that makes our issue here any better. So it transitions from the main swing to the offhand nicely, but it does not transition from the offhand to the main hand. Like, watch this. Or did it now? Yeah, it just goes automatically there. And so it did do anim triggered. Yeah, I feel like the blend doesn't happen because it happens in the same frame, and that's why that's happening. So yeah, the part that doesn't look good to me is, for some reason, the main hand. Actually, let me look at these two animations real quick. What are? Do I have a bunch of stuff on here that's not on my? Off. Yeah, I don't have a bunch of layers on here, do I? So hang on. Let me try something. I don't have my animation curves on here. What was it? It was sword shield. Of course, my W key doesn't work. Thank you. Put in the window. Yeah, let's copy all these. Copy. Paste. Oh, there. Oh, no, it did it again. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. See that right there? It changes completely. So, after this weapon swing finishes, watch. Right. Wait, they didn't do it there. I guess maybe it actually had time to blend because I'm in slow-mo. There it goes. There, that happened there. Does it only happen every other time? So going from main hand to offhand, it looks good. There's no... There it goes. Is it only the slash, or does it do it with the pierce as well? It's only with the slash, huh? Not the pierce. Oh no, it did it right there. So why did it like one time? It didn't do it like one time or something. It's kind of hard to. It's a little hard to notice when you're not watching it in slow-mo. So I don't blame you there. Okay, so adding the curves did not do anything, I suppose. Oh, I added them to the wrong ones. Oh, these ones did have them already. So yeah, that didn't matter at all. So why does this one blend so nicely? Why does that one blend so nicely? So if I can't rely on this transition, Well, I'll change it to 0.5 on both sides. And just to make sure. No, it's still doing it. Still doing it. I don't know that these are actually applying now. This may only be applying when I stop and don't have a next one incoming. I was thinking about like sending the next one and then doing like a in here. So right now this is just what's happening. But maybe doing an additional blend here. Is there like a blend into or something? What are my blend? What do I have access to here? So I basically want to blend by the amount of time that has passed in this sequence player. I don't want to have to create a blend space for every single animation that I want to use. Two-way blend, blend multi, get mirror transition blend time. Dead blending. Returns whether the state the node belongs to is blending in. I have no idea how I would use that. And then just a bunch of casts that are useless to me, I think. And struct stuff. So I guess I could, because I have the, You do pixel art animation? Dude, I love me some pixel art. I love me some pixel art. They are very different, though. So I have this one. What am I doing here? For your game? So, have you told me what kind of game you're working on? Or have I not asked? I was a huge fan of, it's kind of a guilty pleasure game now, but all the kids at school were playing RuneScape, and I was playing MapleStory, which is probably where my love of pixel art comes from. I actually have some fond memories of that game. Even though it's a little weeby. Yeah, I mean, I am just doing the idle blend here, but I suppose I'm also in the, here it is. Should I blend based on a pose for this? Wow, and I'm ready, one hand. Two-way blend. Now, what kind of piece of shit is this gonna look like? It's still now the weapon swings look awful, and it's still jumpy. So that's no help. It's a top-down RPG with Pokemon or Final Fantasy combat. Okay, turn-based, but you can move around on the battlefield. So Pokemon with battlefield positioning. That's pretty sweet. The moving is still turn-based, right? It's not like real-time movement, but turn-based attacks, I assume. Oh. And I can't even get the time for this. What is additional scaling, offsetting, and clamping of play rate inputs performed after play rate phases? Are you gonna have a type system as well, like Pokemon? Or closer to Final Fantasy? Yeah, I mean, I guess I have to, like... Yeah, you are? Hi, Moxie. Yes, hi. Yeah, I mean, what would I... Even if I had... Because my original idea was to pass in the next incoming one. I guess, you know what I might be able to do? Maybe I should delay the next... Like, before processing the next ability in the queue, maybe I should just delay it by a frame. And do you think maybe that would give it time to transition? No, you have a set party like Final Fantasy, but you can kit them out however you want. Okay. So closer to Final Fantasy. I never got too much into Final Fantasy as a kid. I never had a PlayStation. With gear and abilities, yeah, so... Specs and gear and weapons. It's a classic combo. I will have the same. Yeah, I think, let me try that. I think that may be the easiest way to get what I'm wanting here, rather than having to do some like complicated ability blueprint blending. In my anim queue, I say process next in queue. You never played it, but I watched a lot of it for research. Okay, interesting. Yes, hi Moxie, I know. You want attention. Never had a PlayStation either yet. Join the Broke Boys Club. Yeah, what do I want to do about this? Process next in queue. Maybe I should have a function that's like schedule next. Is there... Do I have to make this thing tick? I really don't want to make this thing tick. If I don't have to. Unreal Engine, schedule for next tick. Or like a delay. Put this over here. Wait, hang on. Unreal Engine. Wait, I should just like set a timer with a callback on it, right? Because I'm already doing that a lot. Yeah, let's do that. Not begin play. Let's call it schedule. Next in queue. Schedule next in queue. Create that declaration. And then give me that. So this. And then the callback it will have is ability anim queue, process next in queue. And the time, yeah, 0.01f sounds great to me. Add ability to queue if we're not currently animating. Schedule next in queue. I'm building for a harder game where you need to be more strategic than make number go up. I love that. I think more games need to do that. I actually think, I was talking about it to someone in here. I don't remember who it was. I was talking about how like Baldur's Gate felt too easy to me. I don't know if you played that turn-based game, but Baldur's Gate 3. And I was playing on the hardest difficulty, and like, yeah, I died, you know, a handful of times, but like, I don't think I ever died to the same battle more than once. Yeah, so I'm all for making things harder. Or like actually challenging, right? Or like the challenge should scale with like the gear, because like a lot of games it's like the first half of the game, there's like a standard, almost standard, but it's like a more kept in check level of challenge. But as the game opens up, as there's more gear to get, as there's more player combinations, the difficulty doesn't scale with that relative. And I think games try to play it too safe in that like they're so afraid of like people not being able to play a certain spec or something like that, that it's like it doesn't matter what spec you play, you can still beat the game. And then it's like that point, I kind of think that like, because like I want to do a roguelike with my game, and I want like I want the ability for the player to like kind of break the game and be super overpowered, but I also want the ability for the player to absolutely fail in their build and have something that's worthless, right? And I think too many game devs are afraid of the latter. Like they don't want players to make a choice that's wrong, or that results in them not being not having a good enough build to complete the game. I think you should, like, to me that's a consequence of your choices, And if you don't have a consequence to your choices, or like the more severe the consequence of making a wrong choice, the more impactful the choice is. Oh, look at that. It looks so good now. That's all I had to do. That was a long wait. I guess if you change weapons, like if I keep changing back, it doesn't invalidate any of the wait timers. So I have to sit here and wait for all those timers to finish before there's the swing. Okay. Maybe something to consider there. Maybe a fix there. Oh, I'm very happy with the blending now, though. All I had to do. Nice, dude. This is looking so good. Yeah, Pokemon 2 has a lot of strategic depth, but don't take enough advantage of it. Yeah, exactly. But I don't want builds to be experimented with. Oh, but I also want builds to be experimented with, so I'm making reallocation and getting different gear easier. Yeah, I respect that. A lot of people love that. Looks great. Thank you. Thank you. I think it does too. But like, in Baldur's Gate 3, I'm going back to that, you could change your entire fucking class, which I thought was like, okay, that's too easy, right? You should at least have to re-roll your character to play a different class. Totally understand being able to change your spec of your class, but being able to change your class on a whim, and the classes of any of your companions, well, that was too much for me. I was like, that's kind of stupid. That's reducing the replayability then at that point. Right? For my game, I'm going the opposite. Like, I mean, it's nothing set in stone, of course, but like my idea is like, it's going to be a roguelike. You know, maybe level 1 to 60, and it's going to take a while. It's not going to be your regular, like, 30-minute roguelike run. This is going to be like days. It's going to be like playing World of Warcraft. I don't know if you played that, but like getting to level 60 in vanilla WoW, I think on average probably took like 10 days of in-game played time, which could be months for people, right? Now, I don't know if I want it to be that long, but that's kind of the stakes I want for the player, right? Like, if they want to re-roll, they're going to have to die and start over. And you can never change your class. You have to make a new character if you want to play a different class. But you can change your spec gets reset whenever you die. That's kind of the stakes that I'm toying with in my head. I think that could be. I think it kind of it makes it, to me, it increases replayability, and it makes you have to live with those fucking decisions, right? Right, but you say roguelikes typically don't have build editing like that. But roguelikes also typically don't have as long of runs as I'm imagining. Like, their runs are like, you know, like I said, 30 minutes, an hour, you know. But anything that long needs a little editing. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I'm wrong. You know, I've never seen a game do something that drastic. And I guess I kind of get that idea from playing hardcore WoW. That was some of the funnest WoW playing I've ever done. Because of just the stakes were so high. Like, you could not revive. And, you know, you had to min-max, like, you can reset your spec in hardcore, of course, but it takes gold, takes silver. And when you're leveling, you don't have very much of that already. Now, it's also a figured out game to where you don't really need to experiment with your spec very much, but like, there was a time where I was like, ah, shit, I probably should have picked a different talent for more survivability. Because it's you're no longer just doing the more damage equals more better mindset because of its hardcore. You need actually more survivability. Whatever, and sometimes that's more damage, right? If you kill the things faster, that can be good survivability. Sometimes you would consider a different talent that's not really meta for a non-hardcore version of the game. And I'm like, I don't have... It's like, yeah, I could spend the silver to respec, and or like the gold or whatever it is. But it's like, dude, I need my next abilities. I can't afford that, right? Incoming. Hey, Dr. Elliot, is Odd finishing up? Is that what's happening? You guys are just in time. We are talking a little bit of WoW, talking a little bit of game design here. How you doing though, Elliot? How have you been? My W key is stopping working, so that's been very frustrating. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. How's the game? The game's feeling really good. That's the kind of play I want for a normal play. Bigger number does not equal better. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to play into as well. Oh, Odd. Hello. Hello, you all. How was the stream? How are your abilities going? I popped in a little bit before I streamed, and I saw you were working with gameplay abilities as well today, which I have been myself. You can see I'm working on the auto attack here, dual wield. Each weapon swing is a gameplay ability, and then I have like this... I built this ability animation queue that... what I'm trying to prioritize here is... I do have some vanilla WoW animations retargeted into the ALS character. I love everything about this. Hell yeah. Yeah, Odd, how are your abilities going? I know you're working on like the fireballs and the attack moves and stuff like that. Insane Doggo, hello, welcome. Welcome. But yeah, I've been having to make a lot of game design decisions for this auto attack, and it's been really fun. We got the cast range ability task working flawlessly. Oh, that's good to hear. I just got mine working pretty flawlessly as well. So, I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Is auto attack in games good? This is what I've been asking myself. I personally like it. And I know I'm probably in the minority there. So I think a lot of players want a type of game that's more reactive and responsive, where clicking a button equals one ability, right? I click that once, I do one attack. But I kind of like the chill nature of something like a vanilla WoW combat system. Like, I always compare Black Desert Online to vanilla WoW for like the two different styles of like combat, right? You ever played BDO, Black Desert Online? It's a super fast-paced, high-intensity type combat, and on top of that, the game gives you like a login bonus, a daily like double XP for an hour, and so you spend that whole hour grinding, and that hour was so fucking like draining on me. I hated that hour. And my eyes would be fatigued because I would have to be glued to the screen, and I couldn't wait to be done with it, even though I love the combat in that game. And then I go to something like Vanilla WoW. I can grind for hours in Vanilla WoW and have a great time and not be tired. And I think it's because of it's other things, but it's a little bit of because there's like things like auto attack in Vanilla WoW. It's slower paced. It's more chill. It has more longevity. It gives you that cognitive downtime to like look away from the screen for a second. It gives you the cognitive downtime to like check your bags, check your talents, check your character, you know. So, and I also appreciate games that have more tactical execution rather than mechanical execution, which is what I'm saying favors. I think auto attack can work well, but the RNG where it sometimes misses, sometimes crits, yeah, well that's a separate thing. But I definitely agree with you there. So far I don't have misses. I do have crits. Not always down with the RNG. Yeah. I was saying earlier how like, with some aspects of game design, there's like a line, right? And it's like the closer you are, now there's an extreme over here, there's an extreme over here. The closer you are to the line, the worse it feels. And so you can have super, we'll go, low is over here. So we can have super low RNG over here. That can feel good. Now you get to like somewhere, I don't know where the line is. It's different for everyone, but the closer you get to that line, the worse it's going to feel. Because you're going to, you're going to miss sometimes, right? But then there's, if you get too much RNG, then it's almost like you're just happy to get a hit. Everyone sucks. Everyone's missing their shit, So it's almost like, it's like chaos, you kind of just embrace the chaos at a point. If you're going into strategic depth, I would say no. If that's what you're going for, you should let the player be in control. I mean, I think there can be strategic depth, not death. There can be strategic death too, but there can be strategic depth in a auto attack system for sure. And one of the ways I've decided that I'm going to be different from Vanilla WoW is with this anim queue, this ability animation queue that I've set up. I'm actually prioritizing, like, if a number shows up on the screen, an animation caused it. Like, I'm not clicking any buttons, but every damage that pops up is something my character did. Whereas in something like Vanilla WoW, what they do is they just have like a timer that's constantly running for each weapon, and then they just like try to make the animations match up with that. And what ends up happening is you have damage numbers popping out of nowhere, even though your character did not cause them, because it just can't play the animations fast enough. I decided I'm not going to do something like that, and then I'm actually going to have like abilities. I'm so glad you're making WoW Classic too. Hell yeah, hell yeah. These are funny. Yeah, these are all the WoW animations. Like, there's the guy right there, and then here's the retargeted ones. In my that I blended into the ALS system, which I'm super proud of because ALS is kind of a beast. Yeah. But yeah, it's been fun. I've been having a lot of fun developing it because I'm getting more into the combat now that I have these animations to use as like placeholders. I can actually make some of these game design decisions. And I was saying one of them was like I'm actually going to have the auto attacks be interrupted by melee abilities. Because like in Classic WoW, you hit a melee ability, your auto attacks don't stop. They keep going. And like I said, they just kind of, numbers just kind of pop out of nowhere. So I think I'm actually going to, like if I had an ability here, it would interrupt whatever attack is happening to ensure that the ability has higher priority, and it plays the ability animation, and that feels impactful to the player, and it happens when they press the button, you know. So already a few differences in decisions I've made. XP Monster X, hey. Depends on the game. I don't like auto, but if design dictates it's okay to have it, and it gives the player freedom to do something else, spam abilities and whatnot. Yeah, see, I was reading a bunch of forum posts the other day, and kind of like the alternative of not having an auto attack is you kind of have like some sort of either filler attack or basic attack, right? And I think about a game like Diablo where it's like very heavily builder spender type ability combat related, and whenever you're the filler or basic attack there would be like the builder ability that builds up the resource so you can spend it, and that feels, clicking the builder ability always felt so fucking bad, in especially in Diablo 4. I don't know why, but in Diablo 4 it felt kind of bad. It's like Mario Party. The RNG towards the end of the game means literally anyone can win. Yeah, anyone except for the person with the most stars. If you're going into the last round with the most stars, you're going to be in last place. That's what I fucking learned. Yeah, cool game dev. Yeah, we were talking about his game where he's going to make a top-down pixel art turn-based RPG, and he's very much embracing a similar concept that I wanted to embrace, where bigger number is not always better. So that's what we were talking about before you guys joined in. Yeah, which we agree is welcome when most games make bad builds impossible. Yeah, I was talking about how like Baldur's Gate 3 felt a little too easy to me, and like I hate when like it means that there's less impactful decisions when any build that you pick is going to be able to complete the game, you know, or complete some challenge, right? Like I think the greater the consequences for your decision, the more impactful that decision can be, and the more replayability your game will have because of it, and the more longevity it'll have therefore. That's my personal opinion, but you know, it's all not necessarily good design versus bad design there, but it's all a matter of like preference and execution, really. Okay, we don't talk about that guy. He was a bot that came in here spamming for viewers, and so I had to take him out back. But no, I think that's a where'd he go? He's flying around somewhere. Just ass up, straight into the fucking ground. Okay, this is gonna get a little R-rated, so. Screenshot it. Classic 2 gonna slap? Hell yeah. I just need someone who can make animations. And music. And art. Todd, you're not free, are you? You're not busy? I don't know how well you are at animations, but I know you can do the art and the music part of it. Oh, let me... Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, welcome to... I'm My Drawing. This is the Drawing Pit. This is the kind of stuff that we do here. Might have to reorder my whole life for Classic 2, yeah. You know, Kevin Jordan, permanent consultant. Ship it. Yeah, I think today, what else was I working on today? I was working on just like making sure that my auto attack system didn't have any kind of like flaws, like you could like kind of finesse the system by equipping weapons, unequipping weapons. And so like I added like a little delay equal to half of the weapon speed time if you were to unequip the weapon or equip a new one. And that way you can't like swing a super slow ability the second it deals damage, but before the animation finishes you change your weapon and then it starts a new animation that takes less time than the remaining animation on the old weapon. It's a fucking kind of a word salad, but prevented situations like that from happening. When do I stream? Yeah, I don't really have a set schedule, and these past few weeks have not been very consistent for me. But usually I try to stream like at least once a day on the weekends, and then in the evenings, Tuesday through Thursday are my most consistent times, because those are usually when my girlfriend's at work. But I would like to stream a little bit every day. But you boys gotta work, so yeah. I actually just got the offhand ability to blend back into the main hand swing very nicely before you guys showed up, so I'm glad. Thank you for the raid though, by the way, Odd. Appreciate that. But yeah, so I was talking about the builders and spenders. I didn't finish my point. This is the point I was trying to say. Is that the reason I kind of like, another reason I kind of like auto attacks is because you don't just sit there spamming an ability. Your character does it for you, right? I don't think it's that engaging of a gameplay to sit there and spam an ability that doesn't feel good to press, that only exists as filler. Now there are definitely ways you can like design around that and stuff, but like that's just one more reason why I kind of favor the. It's mostly the cognitive downtime and the chill factor is why I like it. The game dev with a girlfriend, inconceivable. I can't. Inconceivable? Is that what you're trying to say? She's not a game dev, or she's not a game dev. She's a baker and a psychologist, a therapist. She makes the best macarons you ever did have, which are very hard to make. So I kind of feel like it tries to finish the offhand weapon, which is a little awkward. So swing, start the other one. Yeah, it tries to, because we're dual wielding, it tries to finish both when I'm out of range, which maybe that's okay. I can cancel it though. I can't stop the auto attack, so I mean that's fine for now. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I actually kind of got done with every single thing that I wanted to get done with today. I don't really know what I want to work on next. I guess I need to work on some sort of melee ability. That's the next step. That's what this wants next. Okay, let's commit this. So the way I fixed the blending was actually like in my queue, rather than just immediately processing the next in the queue once I finished one, I schedule it. And I just do a timer for 0.1. Maybe I'll reduce that, but that allows the animation blueprint apparently to tick. And it hits, when it ticks, because I have this little event that like clears the ability, because I've set is idle to true, that means that, where am I? Where the hell am I? These thingies, these have like a little blend setting on them. Whenever this transition happens, it goes from attacking back to idle, back to attacking again. Whenever one animation ends and the next one begins. And so that wasn't happening because it was executing on the same frame, like an animation was ending and starting. So yeah, because I just basically just said, hey, do that in a very near frame. I fixed it. I fixed it. Fix dual wield swings not blending. You got a pirate software? Oh, you got to do the dumpy. You got to do yard dumpy. Hit me with some yard dumpies. I want to kind of copy that emote, but with my dog, with Moxie. Little wiggle butt. Yeah, we're committed. Okay, so I have priorities in this queue, and I'm definitely going to use a high priority ability. There it is. I pinned that message. There we go. Hell yeah. One of my favorite emotes I've seen on Twitch. little dumpy ferret. That is a cursed face. Yeah, let's look through, I've organized all my static meshes for, like, environment stuff. I haven't done it for the VFX. So, a couple different things, I guess. I just kind of want to make a generic, melee attack type ability that swings a weapon, you know. Maybe there's like some sort of like, you know, weapon trail that comes off it or something. So let's look for, I think our system. Do I want a system? No, I don't think so. Oh, maybe I do. What is that? Light blast charge, compiling. Oh shit, okay. Where did I get these? Galactic field, okay. That could be like a cool little aura ability. Flame wall, hell yeah. Oh shit. Dude, where did I get these? Kinda hate that I can't see them in the thumbnails, so I have no idea what these are. Oh. Trails of Death. Neat. I just got a bunch of numbers now. Yard dumping got reported for sexual content. Oh, dude, the haters are out in force then, huh? These are all like too extra, actually. I just wanted like a simple weapon slash kind of thing. That looks sick. Which one looks sick? I don't even know which one I was on. Yeah, I don't know where I fucking got these from. Maybe it was in some sort of humble bundle or something. Okay, there's a Big Bang apparently. Oh Jesus. Oh, dude, look at that. Oh. Bro, that's crazy. Who made these? Little rune sign. Oh, blizzard. Oh yeah, definitely needed blizzard ability. That's pretty cool. Bowl of the universe. Dude. Can you imagine that be that this would be like a sick AoE heal. And the way it starts too, it kind of like builds up. Cast time, then the heal starts, you know. Maybe it's a channeled thing where it spends mana. I got a bunch of them. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, you could probably cook an egg on my GPU right now. Dude, I just wanted a weapon slash. What if I search slash? Okay. Slash arc? That's just a texture. I suppose I could do something with that. Oh, it like applies the texture onto that static mesh? What do we got here? It's like a blast. I don't know if I'd call that a slash. Can't even fucking tell where I'm at in this. What was that? That was a cascade particle system. Let me look at those. Legacy. Okay, I should have a lot of these, because a lot of these came from like the Infinity Blade stuff. And these may be like more low-key type things. Shield Slam AoE. Oh, fuck. Oh, Sword Projectile Trail? Hang on, let's get rid of some of these. What is anything happening here? Because this is all black, I can't tell, like, if I'm just not, like, facing the right way or something. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. No idea about that one. What else I got? Here's another one. That literally just is a sword. Okay. Attack power aura. Man, with these kinds of things, I feel like I should probably start learning like Niagara and the particle systems and stuff, because I've never worked with any of these. Because I feel like what I'm going to need to do is just have particle effects like exit the weapon as I'm swinging it, and I probably need to actually know how to use this stuff to do that. I just want some sort of like swing or slash. I'm getting too many like explosions and lasers and stuff. Or maybe, I guess, Niagara has some graph I haven't even really looked at. Yeah, I'm in the same position here. I've seen some videos of other people use it. Now, if only I had some shark meshes to put these lasers on. I'm wondering if I should just, like, have a swing that, like, maybe it just does a special animation, and I have some of those, and then, like, when it hits the player, you know, something like this fucking happens on whatever player it hits. You know, some sort of, like, little explosion. Or, P_bear charging. Such classics. Oh yeah, one of my favorite particle effects, black door open. one of my favorites. Bubbles. Nice. Chicken Master Melee. What is this? Chicken projectile feathers. Nice. Sword steam. Not really. Still not really what I'm looking for. Forge Master Sizzle. That's very big. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. That's something like I'm looking for. Okay. Let's create a collection for that. Slashy FX. Oh, I can't have, no spaces. Spaces are bad, okay? We're gonna take all those. Put them in slashy FX. Nice. Ooh, dagger throw rogue. What the hell is that? I mean, I suppose I could make that play on the player that I hit. Ooh, dagger projectile rogue. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh god, I hope it saved those collections. Wait, what are they called? Combo finish. Okay, that's where I was at. Restart. And then maybe I should actually get into making the ability here. Odd, I need to figure out how to hop on your, if you're still here, I'm not sure. I need to figure out how to hop on your little PTR realm. Oh nice, I think these actually probably save the, yeah, slashy FX. Yeah, I'm hoping to take that idea from you, actually. Once I actually get into the multiplayer stuff. I've done a little bit of it, but never followed through on it. So, should probably do that before I get too deep into the rest of the game. Let's fucking create an ability. My gameplay ability base. Select. Okay. This is going to be BP, rather, gameplay ability GA. What do I call this? Like, this is going to be power slash. Okay. You know, like Unreal's actor model? What, like this picture here? In these pictures? Or, that one right there. Yeah, Unity is a lot more straightforward, but there's less to it, right? It's not as powerful. I have used Unity before. A lot easier to get into. Okay, cancel abilities with tag. So I want this to be main hand weapon swinging, which I should rename, I keep saying that. Activation blocked, so this is going to be cast, casted, casting, I believe. Let me check my other ability to make sure I have that right. Cast, casted, casting. Yes, yes, yes. Now, I don't know if I need it to have an ability tag. Activate ability. So, I guess that should automatically cancel any weapon attacks that I'm doing. And then I need a reference to the animation instance that I'm sending this to, if I'm not going to play a montage. Do I want to play a montage? Let's look at my animations real quick. I could do something a little crazy here. Could do something like this. Does this work on, do I have this retargeted? I don't think I do. No, I'd have to retarget it. Oh, are there? Oh, I've only retargeted one. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna have to stick with the WoW anims for now, because I don't really feel like... Dude, retargeting animations is kind of a pain in the ass. Very tedious. Very tedious. Yeah, so I want to, let's do the animation instance overlay. So let's get actor info, get owning actor from actor info, get component by class. We want to do my ability animQ. And then from here, I want to add to, oh, it's not blueprint callable. Whee! Okay. I don't like the way you have to reuse a lot of code in the Unreal Actor model. It doesn't feel good to me. What do you mean by reuse code in the actor model? I'm also not sure what you mean by model here. When you say model, I'm either picturing like a character model, or a model as in MVC, like model view controller, like storing state or something. Also not a fan of C++. Yeah. Feel that. I just don't like how the interoperability of C++ and Blueprints kind of sucks. It's not exactly what I would call a good developer experience. It leaves me wanting more. Like, I don't want to have to rebuild the engine just because I made a function blueprint callable. Like, that's kind of ridiculous to me. A little ridiculous to me. Oh, I need to not look at that. Okay, add to queue. Nice. Okay. It's not necessarily what's going to happen next. Ability anim. Yeah, let's find one. WoW anim. Oh no, I need to make an asset for the timing. Model as in how the engine is structured. Yeah, that's very... I wish I knew more about what you mean, but I feel like it's a very generic way to not like Unreal Engine. But like, I get it. It's very heavy-handed. I think maybe I know what you mean. I can assume. There's a lot of systems in it, and there's a lot of structure to get through to figure out what the hell you're doing. Yeah, I need to make a, I think I can probably just use the auto attack. Now, let's make a, make object, what is it, construct new object or something like that? Yeah, construct object from class, and this is going to be anim q calculator. We're going to make that first. And we need to set some variables on here. Can I even do that? I did blueprint read only on them, didn't I? Son of a bitch. Again, I'm going to have to rebuild the engine. See? I should probably think through these things a little bit before I do them, but I don't have to keep rebuilding the engine. I've been thinking all day. That's kind of hard. Maybe I should make my own. Let's just make my own, so I don't have to rebuild the engine here. So, if I can spell Q, a new ability Q calculator, and this is just going to be. I mean, an actor is just a game object, though, and components are. Probably a one-to-one correlation with Unity components. There's just different types of components in Unreal Engine that have different capabilities. I mean, I've always thought as actors equals game objects in Unity. And then actors can have components on them. BP, oh my god, again. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? Virtual void, so I have to make this a U function. Blueprint, probably call it. What do I have to do to be able to override this? Is it blueprint assignable? Did that get like deprecated or something? I probably have to do like blueprint implementable event or something like that. Why don't I... I'm gonna have to put that there. Just feels weird and unreal to me. Yeah, I mean, I think I know what you mean. It definitely felt weird to me at first as well. And like I said, Unity was a lot easier to get into. Yeah, I just need to be able to overwrite this calculate method. Unreal Engine override C++ function blueprint. You cannot override you can't declare a U function as virtual. Okay, I think I've tried to do this. I think I have to do blueprint implementable event or something. Or blueprint native event. Yeah. Yeah. And then this has to be implementation, right? Are we happy now? It can't be virtual, right? Blueprint native event functions must be non-virtual. And derived class. I think I have to do this, right? Implementation. Oh my god. And then can I do something like this? I want to be able to override something in both C++ and Blue. This is what I was talking about with the interoperability of C++ and blueprints. I found Unreal overwhelming in the beginning, same. Especially compared to Unity, also same. But in the long run, I've found I prefer it in many ways. Especially simple but impactful things like free access to source code. Yeah, that's huge for me. Just being able to understand what the engine is doing with a control click is huge. I also hear that the Unreal 2D support is abysmal. I mean, it's not built specifically for that, like some features of Unity, but I've seen some people on Twitch making 2D games with it. Like, you can do it. Blueprint native event would let you call the parent implementation in Blueprint. I wonder if your IDE is just slow. I think your implementation is correct. Yeah, I think Rider just doesn't... But I guess what I want to make sure of is this is my base class, right? So I've defined this correctly. I've defined like a default implementation of it. It's all happy there. But then here's a subclass. Oh, the subclass is happy. Okay. Maybe this does work then. I guess I overrode implementation there. I don't know if it's going to yell at me for making that void. Or not void, virtual. Ability and MQ. Oh, wait a second. That was supposed to be like that. Which one was I looking for? This one. Do you pay for Rider? Yes, I do. I very much enjoy it, and I would be very unhappy if they were to go out of business. So I pay them money. Let's see if this builds. Oh, I would be very sad if I had to go back to Visual Studio. I've heard they've done some new stuff with Unreal Engine support specifically. So maybe it's better than when I last saw it, but Rider is just so much better to me. I mean, it built, so apparently I can virtual override those implementation functions. 2K followers, JetBrains said they'd be willing to give me a few licenses to raffle off to my community. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I have 2K followers. They're not real, but... So as streamers, at a certain point, Rider will become free to use. I'm like I said, I'm more than happy to pay them the money, right? 150 bucks a year or whatever it is not very much. So I am more than happy to support them because I love their products. I'm gonna click play. Okay, we didn't crash, so that's good. Okay. Oh, I still need to make them... I'm an idiot. So I know I need to go to bed. My brain ain't braining. Yeah, it's totally worth. Yeah. It's my first JetBrains IDE. It's awesome. I mean, you picked a good first one. Because, I mean, there's just no other IDE that has the support for Unreal Engine that Rider does. I mean, it's built specifically for Unreal Engine and no other IDE is, so... It's easy to see why it's better than the rest. I low-key hate VS Code and TypeScript now. Just kidding, am I though? You know what, Odd? You know what we should do? We should write a game engine based on the HTML canvas and code it in JavaScript. And we should prove the world wrong. Have you seen, there's a video. And I love this guy. Maybe we're gonna spend the birth and death of JavaScript. JavaScript, I'll ban him. Straight to hell. Boiler room of hell. So this is a very funny video. We're gonna watch this for a second. It's a little.
This talk is a 40-year history beginning in 1995 and going until 2035. In 1995, many of the computers in the world looked something like this. This is Windows 95.
Hell yeah.
This is actually
Greatest
the French
OS.
version because screenshots are hard to come by 40 years later. On Windows 95, you could run many different programs, including Netscape Navigator 2.
This is all
which also
Odd's
came out in
childhood here,
1995.
so Odd could probably
programs
tell
on
us
Windows
about this
95,
phase
it
of
had a very
computer
long
history.
splash screen, but eventually something vaguely resembling a web browser comes up.
Look at that
Netscape
shit.
Navigator 2 was created in a city called Mountain View. This is on the San Francisco Bay, about 60 kilometers outside of San Francisco itself. Of course, today both of these are in the exclusion zone, but at the time, this is where much of the world's software came from. In May of 1995, a new programming language was designed in 10 days. And to give you an idea of how short 10 days is, I'm going to zoom out and compare this to the amount of time that Rich Hickey took to design Clojure, which was about 2.5 years. In September of 1995, Netscape 2 was
JavaScript
released
has
and
flaws?
included this new programming language that had been designed in only 10 days, just months before. As you would expect for something designed in 10 days, it had a lot of unfortunate properties like a single unified number type, no integers, only IEEE 754 double precision floating point. If you have a function that takes an argument and you omit the argument, it will silently do almost certainly the wrong thing.
That one makes sense
If you give it too
to
many
me.
arguments, it will also do the wrong thing. It doesn't have a true hash map type. It has this object type. So here I have an empty object
I actually love-
I try to use an empty array as a key, and then when I ask for the keys, you can see I get back the empty string. So all keys are converted into strings, which is usually not what you want. And
That
finally,
makes sense
it
to
just
me
has
as well.
lots of bizarre behavior, like if you map parseInt over strings of integers, you get nonsense.
That one doesn't. Hang on. What? Odd, help me out. What is it? Why is this the case? Hang on. Top left and bottom right actually make sense to me, and I kind of like them. Top left I hate. That's bad. What is this one? Oh, I know what it is. Because parseInt takes in multiple parameters, right? And so it's the index is being passed as the second. The index of the map is being passed as the second parameter to parseInt, and the second parameter in parseInt is the radix. That is why. And so and it's supposed to be the base numbering system. Is that the right term I'm using? The radix? It's the base. Like if you put it defaults to 10, and it should be 10.
Name is Gary
Or 0 or
Bernhardt, and the
something.
title
Something
of
like
this
that.
talk
It's something to do with the
is
second
The
parameter.
Birth and Death of JavaScript.
JavaScript. I love this talk. It's fucking hilarious.
We just saw some ancient history, and I'm going to skip past a lot of time because nothing really interesting happens until 2008. Before 2008, this language is basically a joke. No one wants to program in it. You write 50 lines of it for some trivial behavior in your website, but no one was really taking it seriously until the big marker for people beginning to take it seriously is JavaScript: The Good Parts by Doug Crockford. This is an attempt to carve out a subset of the language that can actually be used to build working software. It is a very small book, but it does represent the beginning of the culture as a whole starting to take the language a little bit more seriously. 1 year after this, in 2009, you get Node, which is basically a set of asynchronous I/O libraries married to a JavaScript virtual machine distributed as a single package. And the main reason that this was, that many people were so excited about this is that it allowed you to run the same language on the client and the server. You only had one choice on the client, so if you want to run one language, you have to use JavaScript.
Made a lot of money consulting doing.
It had some unfortunate properties like encouraging highly nested callbacks. Now, some apologists at the time would have said that this is the programmer's fault for using it in this way.
It is.
A timeless argument that is always wrong.
What?
My own view is that the behavior you see a tool being used for is the behavior that tool encourages, and Node encourages highly nested callbacks.
That is true.
Nonetheless, many people were very excited about it, mostly, at least initially, because it allowed them to use a single language. At the same time, many people were not so excited. And I have a quote here. Node is a tumor on the programming community, and that not only is it completely brain dead, but the people who use it go on to infect other people who can't think for themselves. Not a glowing review of this programming tool. I've left this unattributed because the author of this quote has since disavowed this style of discourse. That author was not me, by the way.
Do you agree so far?
You can see that there's a highly divided opinion about Node and about JavaScript in general. And in the midst of this, in this culture of this very strong division in opinion, JavaScript becomes the most used programming language in the world.
Hell yeah.
This brings us
This is
to
even before
the
like
teens, specifically 2013.
crazy
in 2013,
web
you get
frameworks
the
and stuff.
release and initial sort of discussion around a tool called ASM, ASM.js. It is a subset of the JavaScript language designed to compile very closely to native code. And I have a couple of very short examples just so we can see what it looks like.
This is where it gets interesting.
This is a function that adds 1 to integers. Now, JavaScript doesn't have integers, and we'll get to that in a second. But that's all this function does. And you can see the first thing it actually does is binary OR its argument with 0. Now, that doesn't have any meaning in most languages because binary OR with 0 gives you what you started with. But this is actually a type annotation. So what you're saying to the ASM virtual machine here is that x is actually an integer because binary OR only makes sense on integers. In a normal JavaScript VM, this would actually convert from a float into an integer, do the binary OR, and then convert back into a float because all numbers are floats.
So efficient.
In any case, this is a type annotation, and you see the same thing on the return value. What this allows the ASM compiler to do is to emit a single CPU instruction for the body of this function, which is an integer add, whereas a normal JavaScript VM in the naive case would have to do all kinds of type checking, in sort of the less naive case would have to do JIT, but an ASM compiler can just compile this straight into a single instruction. Here's a slightly larger example, and we're just going to look at the two functions that are the meat here. There's a square function that squares floating point numbers, and you can tell they're floats
just in time, right?
Or
that's what he means.
Plus itself, a unary plus, which is the type annotation for floating point. The diagonal distance function, the second function, does the same thing, annotates both of its arguments as floats and its return value as a float. Now, you don't want to program in this way, right? This would be horrible to have to annotate all your arguments and return values this way. However, computers are really good at doing things 100% of the time. And here I have the beginning, the preamble of the CPython virtual machine compiled from C into ASM. This is about, I think, 3 megabytes of ASM code compiled.
It gets better. Like what he's about to do with the ASM library is crazy.
It has the compiler in there, it has the runtime, it has the garbage collector, all of that compiled into ASM. And this will work in any browser with a correct JavaScript implementation.
Okay, so he just said that like he created a C compiler in a JavaScript library.
But it's backwards compatible with JavaScript.
Compatible with JavaScript.
Just to show you that this does actually work and did actually work in 2013. All my demos are going to be 2013 technology. I have a REPL here running in a browser, and if I do hello world in it, you can see that it does in fact work.
Panic?
Now, of course,
no, this is greatness.
This is
where greatness is
3
achieved.
megabytes of ASM, it's too big. And it's just sort of a curiosity, right? It's neat to run a VM in a web browser. But here's something a little bit more convincing. This is the Unreal Engine 3 game engine, which was used for high-end games in the early to mid-teens. And this is a short screencast of it running inside of Firefox. The last demo, the Python demo, is running inside of Chrome, which does not support ASM natively. That was actually running as pure JavaScript. And here you see a video game engine running at a perfectly playable frame rate, not 60 frames per second, but playable, inside of a web browser. And all of this is ASM.
Unreal Engine 3 running in the web browser. I mean, is that not fucking crazy? That's crazy to me. And that just tickles me pink.
So that was 250,000 lines of C code, arbitrary C code. There's surely pointer math going on in there somewhere. Compiled to ASM, running inside of a web browser in 2013 at about half speed, compared to running natively.
It's not a bad trade-off.
In the year that ASM was released, you could run a video game engine inside of a web browser at half of native speed is in and of itself very impressive. It's also more impressive that that port was done in 5 days through a joint venture through Epic, which created Unreal, and Mozilla, which created Firefox.
Like Epic commissioned some employee to do that.
That I can run a VM or a video game in my web browser. It's that now I can have integers again, right? Because I can write code that emits native integer instructions, and on top of that, I can build big nums. And with this sort of low-level binding, I can build a real hash map. I can fix all of these features of programming languages that have existed for as long as languages have, but are somehow missing from JavaScript. This brings us to the late teens.
Now he's thinking of the future here, because this took place in 2015.
For the tooling around ASM to sort of spin up, it took a few years for people to kind of get familiar with it and start really building stuff with it. And in the late teens, you start to see software development tools ported first, obviously, because we're selfish like any other human. So here you see the Z shell running inside of Chrome.
Most important.
The Z shell, for anyone who's not used it, is a Unix shell like Bash, mostly Bash compatible. Of course, I can run an editor from my shell inside of my web browser. I can background that editor because this is the full shell, including job control. And I can do all the other stuff you would expect. And in fact, wait a minute, what language is a C compiler written in? Well, any compiler, any respectable compiler is written in the language it's compiling. It's self-hosting. So we can run a C compiler inside the shell, inside the web browser. And if I whack enter, it just compiled that hello.c not into native binary, but into ASM. And if I run the quote-unquote binary, which is really just a blob of ASM, it will do exactly what you expect and print hello world.
Well, and now we're like at a quarter speed?
Running a compiler inside of a web browser is completely unsurprising once you know a compiler to that target exists, right? Once there's a compiler that can compile into ASM, and ASM is backwards compatible with JavaScript, you can run anything inside of a web browser. At this point in history, as we all know, war was happening, and for those 5 years, not a lot of progress was made, as you would expect. So until about 2025, nothing was really happening. And
we kind of predicted a war right
My own take on this is that we may not have been programming as we were running for our lives. And if you're one of 40 million refugees off the coast of Australia, you're probably not doing a lot of programming. However, what you are doing is way deep in your subconscious. You are releasing the emotional attachments you had to those old programming tools. And I think that after these 5 years, when we come back, the reason that we saw such a huge acceleration in the rate of adoption of this stuff is exactly that.
Oh, my camera is in the fucking way.
So that takes us to 2025, when you start to see thick, extremely large applications ported into ASM. Here I have a screenshot of the GIMP, the GNU image manipulation program. It's an image editing program that some of you who are older might have seen. And it is running here inside of Chrome. Now, if you have a good memory for archaic operating system widgets, you may notice that this is actually the Windows version of the GIMP running inside the Mac version of Chrome. So there are several questions raised here.
That's fucking hilarious.
What's happening is that we have the GIMP, which is a huge pile of C code. And it wants to talk to the Win32 API because it's a Windows application, but of course, Win32 is closed source, so we can't just compile it into ASM. So instead, we need a re-implementation. Unfortunately, since the 90s, there has been a thing called Wine, which is a re-implementation of Win32, also a giant pile of C code. Now our problem is that Wine wants to talk X Windows because it's an X Windows system. We don't have X Windows, but we do have an X Windows shim. And we take all of these things, all of which are written in C, compile them from C into ASM, and then that giant blob of code is run inside of Google Chrome.
On a Mac.
And once again, basic compilers, right? Once you have a C compiler, you can compile any C code, and pretty much everything is written in C. But wait, what language is Chrome written in? C.
Where are we going with this? Where are we going?
So here's the GIMP running inside Chrome with Chrome inside Firefox.
You put the Windows
just
GIMP
compilers. Once you have a compiler,
inside Chrome, inside Firefox, inside of Mac.
The libraries being used. So here what we have is the GIMP running against Wine, running against an X Windows shim, all compiled from C into ASM. That ASM is running on Chrome, and now we have another Wine-like problem, which is that was the Mac version of Chrome.
Have nightmares. This is greatness. You guys are witnessing history.
The Mac windowing stuff is all closed source, so we had to do what we did in the 90s and re-implement it. And because we like confusing names, the open source re-implementation of Cocoa is called Cacao. And then Cacao and Chrome are both compiled from C into ASM, and all of that is running inside of Firefox.
Look at that stack. That's a beautiful stack.
We're not talking about something you would actually want to do. This is several hundred megabytes of ASM code. It is not the fastest thing in the world, but it does work because it's just compilers. Now we have to take a brief digression into how computers actually work to understand the next stage in history. So I apologize for talking about basic things. There are going to be 4 very quick lessons, the first of which is virtual memory. In a computer system, you have all of these processes running, and you have the kernel, and ideally, you would like a process like Vim to be unable to corrupt the kernel's memory and crash.
Would you rather it be Safari inside Firefox, inside Internet Explorer, inside Netscape?
Memory space and could just start at address 0 and go up from there. The problem is that there's only one physical memory, right? There's only one true address 0 on a chip. So what we do is, as these programs start allocating memory, we map them onto the physical memory in a sort of arbitrary way. It's not necessarily monotonic or contiguous, or there's no real guarantees. It's just an arbitrary mapping. It's a level of indirection. So inside of a computer, every single memory lookup has to go through a table that maps up to the actual physical address.
We can go deeper.
That stops Vim from crashing the kernel, crashing other programs. But now, obviously, there's some mechanism for setting this up, right? There's some way to configure this mapping. So Vim can just use that mechanism to map kernel memory into its own memory space, and now you're back where you started. So you need a secondary protection mechanism called a protection ring. Most programs, in fact, probably most of the software that most of the people in this room have ever worked on runs in what's called Ring 3, which is just where userland programs run. You cannot touch hardware. You cannot manipulate the virtual memory mappings. The kernel runs in a superset of Ring 3 called Ring 0, where you can do all those evil things. And Rings 1 and 2 are
Would you rather Safari be in Firefox or Firefox be in Safari?
We can put Vim in its own address space.
Because the latter kind of sounds like a cuck type situation. Firefox is getting cucked by Safari.
From everyone else. Moving on from memory, lesson 3 is a really easy one, a function call. The problem with a CPU is that it is a highly stateful, complex device, and when you call a function, that function is going to use the registers which you are currently using. So to call a function, you have to take all of your registers and push them onto a stack. And once you've done that, you can jump to the function you want to call, and it's that function's job to jump back to you at the end. So that's really simple. But what about a system call, which is something like open or read or write, anything that needs to be handled by the kernel, anything that has to ultimately touch hardware? Well, you can't jump into the kernel, right? Because the kernel's memory space is completely separate from your program. There's no place to jump to. There is no memory address that you know of that could possibly be jumped to. So first of all, you still have to push your registers, like pretty much everything in a computer involves pushing your registers. And instead of jumping, you fire an interrupt. And traditionally on x86, this was interrupt 0x80. Later, other mechanisms showed up. The kernel has previously registered an interrupt handler for that, so it's going to trap that interrupt. And as part of the handling of that interrupt, there's going to be a switch to ring 0 from ring 3, and there's going to be a switch in the virtual memory tables so that we're in kernel address space, not userland address space. And now we can jump to the handler, to the handler for that system call. And this is all happening every time you read from a socket or do pretty much anything in a computer. Now, the 4 things I've not dimmed out here are all pure overhead. None of this is what you wanted to do, right? You wanted to read from a socket. You don't care about switching virtual memory tables. You don't care about
He's got another really good talk called What
sort of
that you should
implementation
watch.
detail that has to be there, but that you don't truly care about as the programmer.
Maybe
as long as you get your safety guarantees. So that's the end of those 4 lessons, and why I went through those is going to make sense in about 20 seconds, because now we can start talking about the next stage in the history of JavaScript, in the history of programming in general, which is the rapid rise of metal. As a motivation here, I have a quote from a Microsoft research paper. Hardware-based isolation incurs non-trivial performance costs up to 33% and complicates system implementation. They're talking about virtual memory and they're talking about protection rings. That's exactly what they're talking about here. The overhead for those things is huge. And
who knows where he's going with this? Does anyone know where he's going with this? With the death of JavaScript? And these protection rings and the performance cost of them and compiling anything in a web browser into ASM and into a C compiler. That runs at half speed.
Often unrecognized because most people don't deal with that low-level system. So what Metal is a recognition of this, and it is a significant portion of the Linux kernel with an ASM VM embedded directly inside the kernel and an implementation of the DOM. And we'll get to the DOM later, but the Metal is incapable of running native code. There is no such thing as a native binary. In fact, if you try to run native x86 code or a native any kind of...
You're only watching for 60 seconds. Okay, so like what he's talking about here is that he's talking about a hypothetical birth and death of JavaScript. And there is a library called asm.js, and it has a C compiler in it. And you can compile C. Or rather, you can write a C compiler in it. And when you have a C compiler, you can basically put anything into the browser. Like earlier in this video, he showed Unreal Engine 3 running in the browser. And he showed like GIMP running in the browser. He showed like the Windows version of GIMP running in a browser running on a Mac. And then he showed like a running Windows in a browser. Like you could run anything in a browser if you had the source code for it, right? But it runs at about half speed. And he just talked about a bunch of kernel stuff where there's overhead when you're reading and writing to memory because there's a bunch of protection things that it has to run through. So that's kind of the short
machine code
TLDR.
In Metal. It will transpile it into ASM, chuck the ASM into the kernel, and the kernel will jit the ASM back into native code. And there's a very good reason to do this. I mean, that makes native code fairly slow, but most code is open source, so it doesn't matter. The reason to do this is that it saves you from needing hardware isolation, hardware process isolation. Because think about a web browser, right? 2 tabs, tab A, tab B, both running JavaScript code. You don't have any fears that code in tab A is going to overwrite the variables of tab B, and that's not because the CPU is protecting you, although in some browsers it is, but many browsers are single process. So the CPU is not doing that. The VM is doing that. It's already doing it. And given that most code, even in 2013, was running through a VM, it's silly to waste all of that performance on hardware isolation. So the VM, the virtual machine inside the kernel, provides the protection that the hardware, the memory management unit used to provide. And it turns out that the loss from going through that VM is still about 20%. Now remember, upon the initial release of ASM, the loss was already 50%. So we didn't actually get that much faster. And the reason is there is some sort of inherent complexity there about protecting things from each other. And there's a little bit of just the fact that this is a VM in a kernel derived from a language designed in 10 days. I mean, give it a break. But we gain about 20%. Now that Microsoft research paper estimated up to 33%. Unsurprisingly, that was overly ambitious, but we gain about 20%. Now, it looks like this is a wash, but if you remember how multiplication works, 1.2 times 0.8 is not, in fact, 1. It is 0.96. So we have gained 4% performance. We have shedded 4% of our runtime. And if you took a 2010 piece of hardware, a 2010 pile of C code, and ran it today through Metal, it would run on average across large suites of benchmarks 4% faster than if you ran it through, say, Linux. And the reason for that is the interaction between this VM savings and the VM cost and the hardware isolation savings. Of course,
so
if
JavaScript
you're running,
is the best
Python
language,
code or JavaScript code for that matter, it's just pure win for you. You've saved the hardware isolation cost, and you are paying the VM cost anyway. This idea was hard to sell to people in 2014 for two reasons. First of all, most programmers didn't really understand these low-level details about how the MMU works, how the CPU works, how the kernel works, and how all three work together to provide isolation. And second, because most VMs were high-level. Things like the JVM, which despite being pretty fast, is still a very high-level VM, or the C Python VM or the YARV VM for Ruby. These all were very high level. They were not designed to compile closely to native code. So our expectations were not set up to appreciate this. Of course, by doing this, we gain a massive amount of portability. In fact, the problem of CPU architecture portability is effectively dead today for the 60% of programmers who are programming on Metal, because there is no native code. And if there is no native code, then there's nothing to port. Of course, you still have problems like the C language has several hundred unspecified behaviors. Different compilers do different things. There's that kind of portability still, but there's not CPU-level portability.
This is where it gets beautiful, though.
And what we're starting to see as a result of that increased portability is that people are starting to store not only their application in version control, but they're starting to store things like the database or their queuing server or whatever components they need, the entire source code of them in version control alongside the compiled forms in ASM, the equivalent of a binary. And the reason to do this is that if your entire system, really every single dependency of your system is in version control, then a deploy is just push. Right? You push it to the server and you kick the server over and let it restart, and that's it. Right? There's no state there. There's nothing like, oh, I depend on this Python egg and it has to compile C code, so now my server needs a C compiler on it. There's none of those kinds of problems. And of course, at this point, although JavaScript has effectively taken over the world because 60% of programmers are running all of their code through ASM, the language is dead. In fact, I want to do a very quick poll. If you have written at least one line of JavaScript in the last year, please raise your hand. Okay. So for the benefits of any possible video, there are several hundred people in this room, and there were maybe 5 or so hands. Because why would you do it, right? I mean, this language is quirky and flawed in so many ways, and an enormous success, sort of accidentally. But why would you choose it over all of the other languages that now have compilers into ASM? And of course, there are languages derived from JavaScript that clean up a lot of its mistakes, and those are still in use. But JavaScript itself is effectively dead. So we've now reached today, as I mentioned, about 60% of people, 60% of programmers are running their code through Metal at this point. The percentage for non-programmers, of course, is far smaller. So
effectively, you can write any language and deploy it to a web browser.
But now I want to step back and look at sort of what has happened in these 40 years as a whole. The notion of binaries is clearly, I mean, it's not dead in the sense that no one's doing it, but the writing is on the wall, and it very clearly is about to be properly dead. The old C infrastructure is effectively dead. Things like the compiler, the linker, the symbol stripper, the debugger, all of these very old pieces of infrastructure working on either native code or object files, all of that stuff is effectively dead. I mean, image magic is like a cockroach, it'll never die, but almost nothing that we work on today depends on this old infrastructure. Execution today of code written in 2010 on hardware available in 2010 is slightly faster than it would be with 2010 operating systems, even though everything is running through this low-level virtual machine. And as mentioned, JavaScript, once the most popular language in the world, is effectively dead.
That's the payoff.
It's important to note that, because I know that 40% of you statistically are not running all of your code through Metal yet, and some of you probably have the objection that I don't want my computer to just be this web browser. And Metal does not mean that the web took over computers. I mean, yes, JavaScript is where ASM came from, and JavaScript was created for the web, and yes, the DOM was something that came from the web. But the web is a linked network of hypertext documents. That is not what is going on in your kernel. Your kernel has a programming language, your kernel has a rendering primitive. And the fact that those technologies originally came from the web is not really material to their usefulness in a kernel. And of course, ASM is horribly flawed in so many ways, as is JavaScript, but it is much better than 15 competing CPU architectures, which is what we used to have. And the DOM is flawed in so many ways, but it is much better than having Cocoa and Carbon and Win32 and 8 other Windows APIs and what GTK and Qt and all of these competing windowing systems that were sort of treated like primitives, and now they're all ultimately rendering to the DOM. And finally, for me, the most important, or not the most important, but the most interesting part of this entire history is that the JavaScript language had to be a bad language design, and it had to be extremely popular for us to get where we are. And when I say it's a bad language design, I don't mean that Brendan Eich is a bad designer. I don't mean that Brendan Eich is a stupid man. He's a very intelligent man. But he did it in 10 days in 1995. There's only so far that can go.
Basically when I was born.
And the reason that it had to be bad is that if it were, say that Rich Hickey designed Clojure in 1995, so carefully designed. Yes, it's a Lisp, but once you get past the parentheses, so nice. And if that had been the language in the browser, it might have been good enough for all of us, right? Because once you get past the parentheses, it is a very nice language. And JavaScript had to be the only choice, not just a bad choice, but the only one. Because if there were 10 choices in the browser, then probably one of them would have been good enough for most people. We would not have felt this force on us to escape from this one choice that was not something that most of us wanted to program in. So in the end, JavaScript lost. It is effectively a dead language for new development now. I mean,
JavaScript's popularity is good for us. It's good.
But
this is beautiful.
For the people in this room, it is effectively a dead language. And as a result, programming won. The act of programming, and I know that many of you weren't around in 1995 or even 2005 as programmers, so you don't remember this, but it used to suck in a lot of ways. And taking away the portability problems has been tremendously beneficial. And getting away from all of that old compiling infrastructure has been very nice. My name is Gary Bernhardt. Back in the early to mid-teens, I ran a company called Destroy All Software.
So yeah, that's the end of the talk. I think it's hilarious because of how much people hate JavaScript. TypeScript has saved us. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of probably the nail in the coffin of, this catching on. Is because something came out that was good enough for us to not care about how bad JavaScript is. And honestly, like his first point, like this... 3 of these I don't actually, like, if you just understand that, like, JavaScript is, like, a weakly type language that, like, lets you do whatever you want, these 3 are kind of forgivable. At least to me. This one up here is unforgivable, though. This one fucking sucks. Top left sucks. But yeah, it's pretty late for me, so that's gonna be it for me tonight. So, and if you guys want some, this one, how long is this one actually? Maybe we can get this one. 4 minutes. This one's
alright, good.
Too.
You guys know what WAT means? WAT. Exactly. Let's talk about Ruby. In Ruby, if you reference an undefined variable, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And if you try to assign B to A with them undefined, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And what happens if you try to assign A to A with A undefined? Nil. Correct. Nil. WAT. Let's talk about Ruby. Ruby, unlike some other dynamic languages, does not have bare words, so you cannot just type words in and have strings come out, unless you define a particular method missing that does the right thing. And then if you type bare words, suddenly Ruby supports bare words. And in fact, it will even support bare words with bangs in them. And this is not deserving of WAT. This is actually a result of how awesome Ruby is. But if you ever actually do this, then WAT. Let's talk about JavaScript.
This is great. This is great right here.
Does anyone know in JavaScript what array plus array is? Well, let me ask you this first. What should array plus array be?
Empty array.
Empty array, I would also accept type error. That is not what array plus array is. Wrong. Wrong.
Array in an array.
Array plus array is empty string.
Oh.
Obviously, I think that's obvious to everyone. Now, what would array plus object be? This should obviously be type error because those are completely disparate types. Does anyone know what this is?
But if you understand JavaScript, like,
no.
you understand it just tries to
far away.
coerce it to a type.
It's
that
object.
works on.
Right, nicely done. Now, of course, because this is plus, so you can flip the operands and the same thing comes out. So if we do, what? No, that's just an object. If you do object plus array, you should get exactly the same thing, which, as you can see, you do. And finally, the only one of these that's actually true is, because you add arrays, you get empty string, that doesn't make sense. But an object plus an object is actually not a number, technically. So this one's actually right.
It is
And
not. It is not
exactly, right? Like, what is even going on in this lab? I don't even understand what person with a brain in their head would think that any of this is a good idea. Okay. Enough making fun of languages that suck. Let's talk about JavaScript. If I say array.new 16, or just array 16, I get an array of 16 things, which it represents as 16 commas, which is obvious. And
makes sense.
if I then join those with a string, then I get the string 16 times. This is actually the only line in this entire presentation that's reasonable. Now, if I take that string and then add a 1 to it, it interprets the 1 as, or casts the 1 to a string, and then we get WAT1 a bunch of times. Fine. Does anyone know what will happen if I subtract 1 from the string?
This is cursed.
I'm assuming no one does. I'll give you a hint. Does this help? Does anyone know?
Not a number.
Wet man.
So just a little example of how awesome JavaScript is.
That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Okay, but yeah, now that's truly it for me. Appreciate everyone hanging out with me. I got a lot done today. I'm pretty happy about it. I want to try to be on tomorrow at some point in the afternoon, probably around the same time. Would be nice. I hate this. I love those talks. They're so funny. They're so funny to me. But yeah, it's getting pretty late for me. I gotta hop off. Appreciate the follows. I appreciate the raid. One of these days I'm gonna have to actually stream like before you, so I can raid you back. But yeah, appreciate everyone hanging out with me. It was a fun stream. But that's it for me. So let's see if there is anyone I can raid. Following, same category. Oh, Rian. Okay, let's go do Rian now. Like one of the only people. I gotta accumulate a better list of people to follow. And I would raid Ferret Software, but like I don't know, they've got like thousands of viewers already. You know, they don't need a raid. Whereas someone like Rian could use it. You know, a smaller streamer. So I would rather do that. But yeah, thank you all again and good night.
Oh my goodness. Madrong, let's go. Hello. La, 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 la. What's going on? Good to see you, man. What were you up to today? Thank you so much for the raid. Never heard of Clip Studio. Have to look at it. It's whatever drawing program you like to use, man. It's nostalgia, but it's also just amazing music. It is push. Yeah, that's why it's one of those things I had to pop on the list, you know? You just freeball it, no shaping. Let me see. What's going on? Cool game dev. What do we have here? Well, welcome in Madrong's crew. Welcome in, man. Ether or E4 Ether. What's going on, man? So I'm making a tower defense game. I'm making all the pixel art myself. Currently, I'm working on the troll animation. Oxwaleed, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So I'm working on this walk cycle, and I'm trying to get all the muscles and everything like looking consistent through the animation. And I'm building a pixel art tower defense, which is like a 2-directional kind of sub-genre tower defense, where you have like a lane from the left and a lane from the right. And there's no like, they don't like, in typical tower defense, the enemies kind of walk through the map and they're trying to escape the map. You know, they're trying to like survive the barrage of attacks. In this one, the enemies come and they're like attacking you. You're the tree, and they want to cut you down, and so you either kill them or they kill you. It's one or the other. So you're pretty much always gonna have to just kill everyone or you're gonna lose. And so yeah, like there's still more background animations I gotta do, but we recently just got like the leaves going, and I always say even though I'm doing all of the solo dev, because every time I'm working on this game, it's this beautiful crew of people just chilling and chatting and hanging out and giving me feedback. So I feel like I'm on a team. I got all you beautiful folks. Oh yeah, the troll is like not finished at all. So he's like, his attack and shit is not there. That's what we're working on. It's like just rough, but you can see like his scale compared to the orc. But that's his deal. Yeah, like you just sit and you like, as you kill enemies, you earn mana crystals and you can like upgrade, and eventually there's going to be like a ton of different powers, which I'm calling Arcana, and you'll be able to like load up your queue of stuff that you want to use, kind of like building your deck for each level. And yeah, so that's what I'm working on. I'm building it in C++ and SDL, not using a game engine. You use Krita? I've heard Krita before expanded. Yeah. We're also talking about doing traditional art and digital art to kind of round out your ability to do pixel art. It's like before you get into pixel art, you should get into all that other stuff. But it's also like what